93.9. Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Rhythm, it's so hard to find it. Searching for that artificial thing. Lord, I feel blinded. I must be wasting my time. I might be searching for what's already mine. This is the moment I was given a sign. I feel totally fine. Got to feel that rhythm. You've got to feel that rhythm. You've got to feel that. I don't wanna feel that. If I don't walk into this groove, damn right I won't be ready. It's cloudy a little, and my mind starts slipping away. But when the sky gives way to light, This rhythm moves you day and night. I feel this every day. I must be wasting my time. I might be searching for what's already mine. This is the moment I was given a sign. And no matter what I do, I know that I will be flowing with that rhythm. You've got to feel that rhythm. You've got to feel that. I know you wanna feel that. If I don't lock into this groove, damn right I won't be ready. Feel the rhythm of the bass. I feel it pumping and my heart is jumping and I grab you by the waist. So down it's not the race. So down it's not the race. Feel the rhythm of the bass. I feel it pumping and my heart is jumping and I grab you by the waist. So down it's not the race. Got to feel that rhythm. So I can groove. You've got to feel that rhythm. You've got to feel that. I know you wanna feel that. If I don't walk into this groove, damn right I won't be ready. This music for the drum and the bass. Listen up, it's all the music gonna wind down your waist. This music for the drum and the bass. Listen up, it's all the music gonna wind down your waist. This music for the drum and the bass. Listen up, it's all the music gonna wind down your waist. If I don't lock into this groove, damn right I might go crazy.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
What's the matter with your head? Oh yeah. Hey, what's the matter with your mind and your side and whoa? Hey, ain't nothing matter with your head, baby. Find it, come on and find it. Hey, with it, baby, 'cause you're fine in your mind and you look so divine. Come and get your love. 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 Hey, what's the matter if you feel right? Don't you feel right, baby? Hey, oh yeah, get it from the name right. Alright, I said find it. Go on and love it if you like it. Yeah, hey, ain't nothing matter if you want some, take some. You get it together, baby. Come and get your love. 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 Come and get your love, come and get your love, come and get your love now. Come and get your love, come and get your love, come and get your love now. Come and get your love, come and get your love, come and get your love now. Come and get your love, come and get your love, come and get your love now. Come and get your love. 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 Hey, what's the matter if you feel right? Don't you feel right, baby? Hey,
Howdy, I'm Chris Carrillo, and I approve this message because I have a real plan to make health insurance more affordable for working families, to invest in technology that makes our government efficient and effective again, to rethink and rebuild our economy. So on Election Day, please vote Chris Carrillo for Senator, because I'll never forget that you're the boss and I work for you. I'm Chris Carrillo, and I humbly ask for your vote.
Hafide. Coming from humble beginnings, I can relate to the struggles that many in our community are facing. I'm running for senator because just as you, I believe our government has failed in its priorities. I have served our island and nation in the armed forces, educated young minds at the University of Guam, and I'm a small business owner. My name is Vince Borja and I'm running for senator. And I humbly ask you for just one of your votes. With your help, we can bring humble leadership back to the Guam legislature. Thank you and God bless you. We're by the committee to elect Vince Borja for senator, Lizette Lujan treasurer.
Stay connected while physically apart. During PCOR 1, Docomo Pacific will be offering curbside service for your telecommunication needs. Call 688-2273 to arrange service at the Igani Shopping Center location. For safe and convenient payment, our twinning headquarters and Harmon Loop GFA parking lot drive-through locations are open to serve you. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Warm homes, happy families, it's what we're about. We can build you a home so much more than a house. Pick up the phone and give us a call right now. Dial Rent to Own. Get style and comfort and happiness too. Everyone knows there's just one thing to do. No credit, no cash. Call us. Dial Rent to Own.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
The link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Die sombren zelten meg, et zu te saluda, antes diu hum niga, radzaudz en malak estrezas, durante in todo in memu. A nogi distancia, como kupugi palu, zaniman malak guafi, ikonum nasugi airi, prebatu la noci, nai banderata gaigi, pues atan fanni bandera, kau esta pagua pumalalapa, gilo tanu man libri, sentanu iti man ko badi.
Fadogi
moru purita nota kantai matu na nyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para hita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protehis languahon Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protehis languahon soku Inini mas takalu Coração Ten imas figu Nani nasinyahu Ufresin maisadu Parabaputehi Ten defendi Hinengi Cultura Lenguaje Airi Hano Zanitano Tamoru yes 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 Zanitano Tamoru yes 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 Ire Shaku la 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 Did I to get into stop that 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 SD who what been my Ihilo Zani Biblia Ibandera Ibandera Mohan yes 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 Ibandera Mohan yeah Mastakilu Hinasoku Kinini Mastakalu Ikurason Ten imas figu Nani nasinyahu Ufresin maisadu Parabaputehi Ten defendi Hinengi Cultura Lenguaje Tanitano Tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Tanitano Tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Ni ire shaku, la la la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 Yes, the who, what been my ihilo. Zani Biblia Ibandera Ibandera Mohan yes 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 Ibandera Mohan yeah
All right.
You are red at the
You're ready to go.
Yep, I'm ready.
No, that you didn't beat your record. Last week was 23. That was 18.
Oh, yeah, you started counting late, though. I saw. Good morning, Guam.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning, Christopher.
Good morning, Joe, sir, with our cam out there. Beautiful moonrise. Well, not moonrise, but the moon is very beautiful this morning.
Maybe sunrise?
Yeah, Jay, good morning, man.
Good morning. Is the moon in Scorpio? I have no idea what the hell that means.
Something's in retrograde. I read something. I don't even know what that means. It's like we're all PMSing or something when it's in retrograde.
What is I don't do like the astrology thing, but what is your zodiac sign? Sabrina and I are both Tauruses.
Hello.
Is it Tauruses or Tauri?
Taurus. Oh, I don't know.
Taurus,
You can't tell, Jay. Virgo all day.
No, okay. What are your
Wow,
personality
I
traits?
feel like I'm in a room full of Virgo haters. Joe, sir, what's your sign?
Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. All right.
Sagittarius. Yeah, he's got the bow and arrow.
All I know about Taurus is bull. That's it.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys. It's Monday, the second day of November, All Souls Day. Traditionally, would have been off today, but here we are on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9.
You always trying to get a day off.
Wait, and correct me if I'm wrong. All Souls Day is
Thanks,
one.
Bree.
All Souls Day is one of the Catholic holidays where absolutely you're not supposed to make noise, right?
No, that's Holy Week.
No, the Holy Week
Good
for
Friday.
sure.
Yeah.
But is also, All Souls Day, you would assume that you're not supposed to like be running around and making noise if you're supposed to be visiting a cemetery.
No, where you got that. All Souls Day is where you go to the cemetery.
Right.
Yeah, you put the flowers.
Yeah.
But you couldn't do that because they closed the cemeteries.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's All Souls Day. The masses are going on. A lot of people going to church this morning. Well, 25% of a lot of people. At 6:29, it's Monday. Good morning. Welcome to the link. It's proudly brought to you by Carrier 647 Cool, Cowell Enterprises, and IT&E. Chamarita Rages. Good morning. Sin City writes, don't want to miss a thing on the link. Good morning.
I want to say good morning to a good friend of mine going all the way back to our days at IT&E together. My friend Ed Cruz, who is in Chicago this morning.
Wow.
So, Windy said, hey, what's up, Ed? Be safe out there, man.
Angel Pete Quintanilla Castro writes, Si Dios ma si. Good morning on you. Peter J. Santos. Christina Hokog. Hafide Guam. Good morning, everyone. Be safe and practice the 3 W's. And thank God that we're still here. Amen.
Yeah.
Baseline.
All right.
We're breathing. We're alive. A lot of people can't say that because they're not, and you can't say things when you're not alive.
Ed Cruz, morning from Chicago. Vivian
That's
Lorenzo.
our first repeat. That's
Oh,
literally
sorry.
what I just said.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you.
It was so good, though. We already get Chicago. You got to say it twice.
Yeah. Vivian writes, happy Sunday. Did you read this one too? My family's back in Guam from Portland, Oregon State.
Oh, nice. Okay, well,
Burn Flores writes, Hafide, good morning. Tata Guan, Tata Logu, Tata KM. Chris Bree, Jason Nestor, watching from the beautiful village of Inalan, making my home in you.
our good friend Roberto Fracassini, Signore, he typically goes for his morning run
Right.
after he watches the intro of the show. He said, I'm going swimming today, guys.
Nice.
Very cool. Good day to swim.
Kiko Gog writes, who is singing the Inafresi? That was Zach Lujan out of Washington State. Well, of course, it's tomorrow. But I think he's over there in Washington State.
Eric Kaipat, Buenas Familian KUAM. Hi, Eric.
Hey, Eric, what's up? Vince Bora, good morning, Guam. Ed Cruz again off today. Jason Cruz, thanks for the shout out. Of course, you got it.
And by the way, congratulations to Ed's daughter who just graduated from law school.
Wow.
I remember his daughter when she was yay high and everything like that. So Ed, congratulations to you and your family, man.
Chamarita Regis, I'm a Virgo.
Nice.
Okay.
Well, there's 2. How was your weekend, Bree?
It was good. Halloween weekend. You know.
Okay,
didn't
any
really do
trick or
anything,
treaters
but-
in your guys' neck of the woods? You're up in Jigo. You're over in wherever.
Nothing.
Yeah.
No.
Nobody came by. I was actually very, very delightfully surprised to see that. You guys did what's right. I know it must have been hard for the kids, but thank you for everyone who did not try and do the traditional trick-or-treating thing. Let us know in the comments how you guys actually celebrated Halloween, but thank you guys for not going around and for keeping our people safe.
Well, real trick-or-treating happens tomorrow. Election day. Right? Oh my God, I was like, last night I was sitting there, I was laying in bed and I was like, man, there's going to be a presidential election too.
There is.
Man, and these senators. Ooh, I'm excited. I don't know what to expect though. This is like a weird election because the COVID and the campaigning and, there's been a lot of focus on social media.
Scared about the voter turnout, whether or
Right.
not. What was the last we heard from Maria?
About 11,000.
Right.
Okay, and just to be clear, because I know a bunch of people were asking this, I saw on Twitter, their Guam statute has no minimum required number of voters to actually make the election legit, right?
Yeah.
If only 11,000 come out,
Yeah.
that's what we go with, right?
Well, we already have 11,000, and Maria
Yeah.
Pangolino was saying we usually get around like 40,000. So that means if you do the math in a regular election, that we would see 30,000 some people at the polls, but I don't know. I feel like I don't see that happening.
There is no quota.
I wanted
be
to
reached,
though.
right?
I wanted to because I feel like everybody who, wants to get a job from these guys running if they win. I feel like all those people who are playing the political game, they're definitely going to go out and vote because they really have a stake in it. So we could end up with, an election that I've been saying this easily manipulated. That we're going to end up with a bunch of puppets in the legislature because we didn't go out and vote. I did my part though.
Yeah. Well, obviously we documented it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, key to see who's going to have the majority, the Democrats or the Republicans. If we'd like to see what you have to say. Post it on our Facebook stream if you think the Democrats are going to have the majority or the Republicans are going to have the majority in the 36th Guam legislature. And of course, the big race is the congressional race.
Yeah.
It's a three-way race. Traditionally, it's just two people, one
Damn.
from the Democratic Party, one from the
Hot.
Republican Party. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a hot
I mean,
one.
who knows? People have been talking about, we could see a runoff because nobody will be able to garner the 50+1.
Yeah. There was a couple polls out. I was talking to someone over the weekend, and I think one poll shows an 8-7 Democrat majority, and another one shows an 8-7 Republican majority. So it's going to be close, no matter what. In the congressional race, I've heard all kinds of things. I've heard Underwood's up. I've heard St. Nicholas is up.
You've heard that you could see the votes being split.
Right. Yeah. So it's going to be tough, man. Tough. I don't know. I really feel like every election, I feel like I know what's going to happen. But this one, I'm like,
Who knows?
well, we're all going to know together as we've got a great night of election coverage planned for you guys.
We definitely will. We're going to be here. I know Maria Pangilinan.
We're going to be here.
We're going to be here.
First things first, we're going to be here. Everything after that just falls into place.
Yeah. So we're going to start our coverage at 10 o'clock and 10 to 12 will be full on live. And then after that, we'll be having updates throughout the morning. I know that Maria said that it's going to be a long night because of all the different safety protocols they have to put into place at Election Central. So
the majority of the lion's share, based on that assumption, would be that the bulk of the votes are probably going to come in when we come back and do the link on Wednesday morning.
That's going to be cool, yeah.
Right. I mean, when maybe you come back, because I probably will be here all night.
Ooh.
I want to see everything as it goes down, so I'll be here.
I'm really, really excited. I don't know. Are we going to have a new congressman? You're right, Bree. This race, it's been really crazy. And we could do a whole show just talking about just this congressional race. And we'll do a show talking about a lot of these races. Today at 9 a.m. as we're bringing back the after party. We're getting the band back together for one last jam before Election Day. And, the after party, we just get a bunch of different people to come in and just talk smack. And we've got a pretty wide group of people. We got Phil Leon Guerrero coming in, Sean Gumatata. We'll get Phil Flores, Dr. Mike Bavacqua, Julian Jansen, Progressive Democrats. Also, I put out an ask to our friend Beauty Camacho, who came on. Remember she came on
Yes.
at an after party?
Yes.
We got Jerry Crisostomo coming in. Peter Santos, one of my favorite dudes on social media, is also going to jump on. So it's going to be cool. And we've got a whole show for you guys lined up. Obviously, it's what we get paid to do today. We're going to kick it off with Landon Eilert from the National Weather Service. A little bit of I don't want to say a false alarm, but there was that tropical storm watch in effect, and it got canceled. Ended up having a beautiful weekend.
Yeah.
The weather yesterday was just amazing.
But that's what happens.
Yeah,
You know?
it's rapidly evolving all the time.
Exactly.
And we got Henry Simpson and Tom Akagami coming on to save the track. We'll talk about that. We got Kevin Bautista, the CNMI governor's office. They're having an election in the CNMI too.
Yes, they certainly are.
We get Maria Pangilinan, the Guam Election Commission. We'll check in with Janella over at Public Health to kind of go over the weekend testing and results. And then we'll get Lillian Posadas, our hospital administrator, right before we jump into the after party. We'll also be hearing this morning from Senator Will Castro, who is a congressional candidate. And we're going to be talking about this hearing.
Right. There was a public hearing, a virtual public hearing over the weekend. It was the first of a couple that the Department of Public Health is having regarding their fines and fees. And so there's something that he said during that public hearing that kind of caught my attention regarding the possibility of a 48-hour lockdown. This is something that he had been hearing. And so I kind of wanted to just go in with him on that and kind of find out where did he hear that from. Because if that's the case, people need to know that this may or may not happen. So.
Right. So that's what's happening this morning on the show. Again, it's proudly brought to you by Carrier at 647-COOL, Cobble Enterprises, and ITE. It's The Link on the Breeze 93.9. Go ahead and get into news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off it, everybody. On Friday night, Guam recorded another COVID-related fatality. It occurred at the Guam Memorial Hospital. It was a 63-year-old man with underlying conditions that were further compounded by COVID-19. He was admitted to GMH on October 24th after testing positive at Guam Regional Medical City. As for the latest numbers, since Friday night, there have been 141 new positive cases reported out of the Joint Information Center. That's out of 1,178 samples that were ran at various labs over the weekend. Guam's current COVID case count now stands at 4,690 people infected with the coronavirus since March. There are 1,945 people actively fighting COVID on Guam, with more than 2,600 people that have recovered. There are 1,945 people actively fighting COVID, with more than 2,600 people, as I said, recovered and 79 deaths. As for hospitalizations, there are 100 people hospitalized for COVID. That's 84 at GMH, with 11 receiving ICU level of care, 5 at Naval Hospital, with 1 in ICU, and 11 at GRMC, with 4 cases in the intensive care unit. Since Friday, there have been 14 new COVID cases reported out of the Guam Department of Education. Additionally, the Archdiocese of Agana reports that a second parishioner of San Vicente Catholic Church in Barrigada has tested positive for COVID. The parishioner tested positive on Sunday and informed Pastor Father Joel De Los Reyes. San Vicente has also immediately initiated Archdiocese protocols to safeguard everyone in the community. With apologies, Father Joel announces the need to cancel All Souls Day Masses that was scheduled for today, and the church will be closed through Wednesday for extensive deep cleaning and sanitization. San Vicente had previously shut down for 2 days and implemented its COVID-19 protocols after an initial parishioner reported on October 9th that they had tested positive. That person successfully quarantined for 14 days and was cleared by public health. Initial contact tracing indicates the second person contracted the virus elsewhere and not necessarily at the church. However, safety protocols are being implemented because the parishioner attended 10 a.m. Mass on Sunday. San Vicente Catholic Church will reopen Thursday for its regular evening Mass. According to a post on his Facebook page, Congressman Michael San Nicolas has been discharged from the Guam Memorial Hospital. That was on Saturday. He was admitted 2 days ago after spending 4 hours at the GovGuam isolation facility in Tumon. As reported, the congressman said his physician told him to isolate after being diagnosed as having viral pneumonia. He had symptoms of COVID-19 and was determined by his doctor to be a clinically diagnosed COVID-19 patient. The congressman on his Facebook page said he continued to test negative for COVID. He was discharged from GMH Saturday afternoon. Congressman San Nicolas thanked all those who prayed for him while he was ill and thanked the staff at GMH. On Thursday evening, Adelup raised issue with the congressman's admission into the government ISOFAC. Governor's chief policy advisor, Carlo Branch, alleged that protocols were violated. Branch told KUAM that Sick Nicholas called his sister-in-law, who was a nurse at the ISO facility. She had endorsed his admission without the proper documentation and the required public health approval. The congressman refuted the allegations and said no protocols were bypassed. He alleged this was being made an issue because of politics. Quote, when is enough for these people? He told KUAM that Friday morning from his hospital bed. Branch responded that he hopes the congressman gets better, but this was nothing to do with politics. Quote, the only reason we were aware of the situation is because he decided to put it on Facebook. On Saturday, the Department of Public Health held the first of 2 virtual hearings on the agency's draft rules governing the enforcement of public health guidances and directives during the COVID-19 public health emergency. According to the draft rules and regs for individuals, the first offense is a $100 fine, the second offense $250, and the third offense and each additional violation thereafter, it's $1,000. For businesses caught violating executive orders and public health guidances, it's $1,000. The second violation, $2,000. And for a third offense and each additional violation thereafter, it is $10,000. Here's more from that virtual public hearing on fees.
If a business is caught in violation on that one particular evening, are we going to close that business right down on that, that spot, on that same moment that they are caught violating the rules?
That the bill itself or the proposal mentions private premises. And so on the extreme end, since that's fairly broad, it makes it sound like it could be possible that you could have a warrantless inspection of your home to see if there are violations of these regulations that DPH puts out. The other concern I have is that with many rules and regulations, just using traffic and driving as an example, they're fairly standard. People know them. They learn them through licensing and stuff like that. But the response to the pandemic, sometimes week to week or month to month, has various things that come out that adjust. And so I can foresee that there's a distinct possibility that somebody could be in violation of a DPH directive that they weren't aware of. And so there's a little bit of concern on my end for that. And then in a broader sense, and I appreciate all the hard work this is a thankless job to have to try to manage this thing. And I do appreciate all the work that everybody at DPH and our government is doing, because it's not, you guys didn't cause the problem. You're just the person in the chair when it happens. And that's just not fun. And I understand that. I think that one of the things to look at is maybe look at this in terms of if this were, say, TB or some other type of infectious disease that we've dealt with throughout our lifetimes, make a comparison to that and see if you think that the things you're proposing are reasonable in comparison to all of the other types of illnesses and diseases that we as humans have dealt with over time. And I think that, like I said, I wouldn't want to be you being the one to have to figure this out. But again, I do appreciate the time you guys have given me to make my comments and concerns today. And
I didn't initially plan to comment. I was just here to observe, but I just, since I'm on, wanted to point out that, we're in unprecedented times with an unprecedented virus or pandemic that we're facing. So a lot of the conventional things that we're trying to do or think about or use to combat this pandemic and try and get ourselves back to normal don't fit the mold. So we need to start thinking outside the box. So a lot of the things that we think or know may work or things that we're used to doing haven't been working. We are at high infection rates. Things aren't getting much better. So we got to think outside the box. Are fines and penalties outside the box? Maybe, maybe not. Are they the best thing for us? Maybe, maybe not. But we got to start doing some things because what we're doing right now hasn't been working or hasn't been working as well as we would like it to work. So before we start throwing and casting stones at individuals that are trying to come up with solutions, if fines and penalties aren't solutions, then we need to add to the conversation and come up with solutions as well to help the community get out of the predicament we're in right now.
A second public hearing will be held on Wednesday, November 4th from 2 to 4 p.m. over Zoom. And here now is more news with Peter Santos.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. 4 Guam Police Department officers and 1 arrestee have tested positive for COVID-19. According to the JIC release, 2 officers are from the Southern Precinct Command and 2 are assigned to a specialized unit. As a precautionary measure, the Southern Precinct Command is on revised operations for the next 12 to 18 hours to allow for decontamination. All phone calls are being forwarded to the GPD Tactical Communications Section, with officers continuing to be dispatched from the SPC using the Office of Civil Defense's mobile command post. GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapau assures there will be no disruption of service. Additionally, GPD reports an arrestee tested positive for COVID-19. The officers involved in the investigation are on home isolation. All GPD personnel identified as close contacts to the confirmed COVID cases remain in quarantine pending test results. Guam will be getting a shipment next week of the antibody treatment Regeneron. It's the same antibody treatment used to treat President Trump and helped him recover from his COVID-19 infection. Physicians Advisory Group member Dr. Michael says they were advised by the CDC representative Dr. Thane Hancock, but it's not clear about the quantity, who will be available to, how much it'll cost.
If you give it to people early in the disease course, within 72 hours of symptom onset, it looks like it can help prevent hospitalization. It's like getting, a blood transfusion, except it's a monoclonal antibody. So I'm sure there's going to be, a good number of people that might have, a little bit of trepidation with something like that, since it's a little bit more invasive than just oral medication.
Says he's read that Regeneron averages about $1,000 per treatment. He's hopeful to be covered under private health insurance. Superior Court Judge Maria Senzon dismisses the murder charge with a special allegation attached without prejudice from Anthony Gregory Mendiola's case. Mendiola was arrested in June and accused of a fatal shooting of Joey Zamora that occurred in his Agana Heights residence. The government filed the motion for dismissal after Guam's Castle Doctrine protected Mendiola, as evidence determined he was defending himself. The court previously dismissed the charge on record after hearing oral arguments. However, Judge Senzon reserved on the question of dismissal with or without prejudice. According to the court documents, the court finds the defense did not meet its burden, stating during the hearing of the motion, defendant did not proffer any testimony to support its request for immunity. A quick update with tax refunds. Department of Tax, Revenue Tax and Department of Administration will be mailing out 1,014 tax refund checks this week. The checks totaling a little over $2.6 million. These checks will include refunds that were garnished to repay GovGuam debts. They are for error-free filed returns before April 30th, 2020. That's the news for now. We'll see you at 6 tonight.
In other news, the Guam Memorial Hospital's increased bed capacity with 1 Blue Med tent and 10 fast beds to address the increase in hospitalizations resulting from the pandemic. Excuse me. Over the weekend, the first of the Blue Med tents was assembled outside GMH's ER by airmen from the Guam National Guard's 254th Red Horse Squadron, commonly used for disaster response. The tent has capabilities similar to an expedient field hospital, including negative pressure to maintain a sanitary working environment ideal for treating COVID patients. GovGuam currently has a total of 10 Blue Med tents ready to deploy as needed. The tents were purchased with CARES Act money and arrived last week in anticipation of increased hospitalizations. Congratulations to the University of Guam Dean of the School of Health, Dr. Margaret Hattori Uchima, for her induction as a fellow into the prestigious American Academy of Nursing. She is the first nurse from Guam to achieve this distinction. The Academy serves the public in the nursing profession by advancing health policy, practice, and science through organizational excellence and effective nursing leadership. Here's
Guam. Guam.
Becoming a fellow means a great deal. Becoming a fellow means a great deal. As a first nurse on Guam to receive this honor, I feel it validates our profession. That a nurse it shows that we do matter. That a nurse from a small island can make an impact. This honor comes at a time when many are suffering from personal losses. I take comfort in this recognition that dedication to our community is indeed worthwhile.
Academy and its more than 2,700 members, known as fellows, create and execute knowledge, driving, and policy-related initiatives to drive reform of America's health system. In their first joint appearance on the campaign trail, former President Barack Obama joins his two-term VP, Joe Biden, for events in Flint and Detroit, Michigan. The Obama-Biden ticket won Michigan in 2008 and 2012, but the state flipped to President Trump in 2016. The president is crisscrossing another critically important swing state, Pennsylvania. Michael George reports.
Music legend Stevie Wonder helped kick off Joe Biden's campaign rally in Detroit.
I believe the message is going to be loud and clear. It's time for Donald Trump to pack his bags and go home.
With Election Day just 2 days away, the former vice president was joined by former President Barack Obama for 2 stops in Michigan Saturday.
This Tuesday, everything is on the line. Our jobs are on the line. Healthcare is on the line. Whether we get this pandemic under control is on the line.
President Trump slammed Joe Biden's record on the economy in Pennsylvania, a battleground state where he defeated Hillary Clinton by a razor-thin margin in 2016.
Biden's plan is an economic death sentence for Pennsylvania. He will outlaw fracking.
The president said he earlier signed an order to protect fracking in the Keystone State. And during the day, he expressed sharp criticism of the Supreme Court's ruling Friday that Pennsylvania officials can accept absentee ballots for 3 days after the election.
That is a terrible, political, horrible decision that they made. November 3rd is going to come and go, and we're not going to know.
Largely because of the pandemic, more than 90 million Americans have already cast their ballots, either by mail or at the polls. Michael George, CBS News.
And finally, we head into the Zoom room to check in with National Weather Service's Landon Idlette with your work week weather forecast. Good morning, Landon.
Good morning. How are y'all doing today?
We're okay. How about you?
I'm doing good. Had a fantastic weekend.
Well, it was nice and beautiful weather over the weekend.
Yeah, we were fortunate that Tropical Depression Atsani just developed quickly through our area and passed out as quick as it came in. So that was the good news for us. And that was a tricky situation because as a forecasting standpoint, the thing I most dislike about tropical cyclones are when they're developing nearby or overhead, because it's a gray area. It's a very complicated scenario because you don't know exactly when it's going to start consolidating, developing, and then start moving through the area. And so that's where we were last weekend. And when we last talked Friday morning, we were looking at some data in our satellites and the radars. Very concerning information. We had a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Guam for strong thunderstorms moving across the island with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts near Anderson Air Force Base. Once that passed through, it started clearing out a little bit, and so we were forced to go into a tropical storm watch based on the data we were seeing in the satellite, the trends we were seeing with the convection developing downstream of us and coming our way. However, things changed that afternoon when we were looking at our radar data and we started pinpointing the center of circulation. And once we could see that in our radar, and that's where our radar is a very critical tool for nowcasting, it showed that center of circulation at the surface. And once we could see that in the radar, that's when we knew that the position we were getting from the satellite-derived mechanisms was a little bit too far to the east. And indeed, that low-level circulation was farther to the west, and that it would be a clearer, a sooner passage through the area. So that was the good news for us. And of course, we were fortunate on Friday that it cleared out quickly and conditions rapidly improved. A lot of times these things can get worse as fast as they get better. So we were fortunate on Friday and had a fantastic weekend. And this is the track that we were looking at. Now, this is Tropical Depression Atsani. It's been struggling for really ever since it left our area. It's been struggling as a tropical depression to get that intensity up and going. It's been competing with the former super typhoon Goni, which is now just off the coast of Manila. That has weakened significantly. It took a beating as it passed over the Philippine Islands. It's now a high-end tropical storm, Goni, whereas Atsani is still a struggling tropical depression. We're going to be seeing it do a loop well west of our area, so it's no threat to us, but it's going to be doing a loop out there with the northeast monsoon, that as they call it in the Philippines. Strong wind pushing down from the northeast, but it's going to get tied up with the frontal boundary up here. Once that frontal boundary pushes off towards the east, this thing's going to start proceeding across north of the Philippines later this week. So what else do we have out there? Well, currently nothing. But we have been watching this tropical disturbance across the Marshall Islands and eastern Micronesia. We've had a number of messages come through to our Facebook page. Fortunately, it looks like that's going to be a weaker system to come through. We had some concern towards the end of the last week if that would develop, but it looks like our slow 2020 is going to be striking again, and it's going to be fighting for any survival. So what do we have out there right now? It's a beautiful morning, just some spotty showers. I hit most of them on the way into the office early this morning. Other than that, not much to speak of. We're kind of in you can say a prelude to the dry season for the next several days. We're going to have some spotty trade wind showers, but otherwise a lot of sun, passing clouds, and a few showers. So that's the good news for the coming week. I'm going to flip this over to the satellite. And of course, that's a very ugly tropical depression, not sunny. It really has not materialized since it passed through our area. It's been a meteorological piece of junk, and that's Tropical Storm Goni, still pulling away from the Philippines. Over the Mariana Islands, we're kind of in a circle hole. It's very quiet, just some spotty showers out there, and then that's the tropical disturbance we've been watching. Right now, there's no low-level circulation that we can depict in the satellite sea winds. So that's the good news. It's more of an open wave surface trough, and we're going to see that slide slowly westward. So for the next 3 days, at least through Wednesday, dry trade wind pattern. But once this thing comes towards our region, we're going to see showers and thunderstorms on Thursday and Friday. Some of the models are picking up the winds quite a bit across the Mariana Islands as we go into the weekend. And that's a mix of the low pressure associated with us going down to the south. There may be a broad circulation around 5 degrees north latitude, and then that surface trough extending towards the Mariana Islands, but a strong high pressure well to the north across the Pacific. So we're going to be in that little convergence area with the high pressure to the north, the low pressure to the south, and that's going to funnel the stronger trade winds over their area. So when we see the showers and thunderstorms this weekend or late this week with the stronger winds, it's not that there's a storm coming, but it's just a trade wind feature sliding by. So we're going to be seeing that later this week. So dry the next 3 days, and then showers, thunderstorms, and breezy conditions Thursday, Friday. So that's about all that's going on right now. Much quieter. If that changes, we'll definitely let you know. We're going to be communicating that on Facebook. And if anything changes, always we'll be talking about it. And you can also send us a message anytime on Facebook.
All right. Thanks, Landon.
Thank you, Landon.
Y'all have a great day.
You too.
You let us know if you need any candy. A lot of candy. Thank you, brother. Be safe.
Thank you.
Don't forget to go out and vote.
I'll be voting.
Right on. There you go. I liked how he said that as I'll be voting. Huh? I'll be voting.
Yeah, I know.
That's how I feel.
With the finger pointing. That's serious business.
That is. I mean, serious, mister. All right, Landon, it's 7 o'clock. We're going to take a quick break, and we're back with more of The Link on The Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Help slow the spread of
GU
virus.
Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Tomorrow, on Election Day, you have the power to make a decision about what kind of representation you want in Washington, D.C. There are more than just names on the ballot. Some say that youth or experience is on the ballot, that party labels are on the ballot. For some, these might be the most important elements. But there's more. There's honesty and integrity and trust on the ballot. Each candidate should be measured against these words. Integrity and trust are not optional. They are required. There is experience and understanding of how Congress works on the ballot. Who among the candidates has had real successful experience in Washington, D.C.? Put aside the party labels and put up front the interests of the people of Guam. We only have one voice in Washington. It must be trustworthy. I will always lift you up. I will not let you down. I humbly ask for your vote to return to Congress again. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. This is Robert Underwood, and I approve this ad.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
I'm John Adanich, and I approve this message. Kobans in villages and facilities like this one need to be fixed, manned by police officers so they can respond quickly to any incident. I will fight for more police officers in our communities, more training and safety equipment. Guam is my home, its people my family, and my family is in trouble. Give me an opportunity to serve you, and I will serve you well and protect you and your family as a lawmaker.
We won't stop dreaming.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Afade, I'm Mary Camacho Torres. It's been my honor to serve as your senator. Together, we've expanded voter access, fought for fair chance employment, and helped protect Guam's most vulnerable. But I'm not done yet. In the midst of this pandemic, Guam needs policies that rebuild our families, remove barriers to opportunity, and restore dignity for our people. This election, I humbly ask for your vote so I can do just that and continue to be your voice. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
Hafide. Coming from humble beginnings, I can relate to the struggles that many in our community are facing. I'm running for senator because just as you, I believe our government has failed in its priorities. I have served our island and nation in the armed forces, educated young minds at the University of Guam, and I'm a small business owner. My name is Vince Borja and I'm running for senator. And I humbly ask you for just one of your votes. With your help, we can bring humble leadership back to the Guam legislature. Thank you and God bless you.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Hold on. This song?
Yeah.
That was what, 94?
Yeah, it was a little bit back, Jay. You know, we don't need to say what year it was.
But then to actually see.
On and on.
Yeah.
Snap.
Because it was playing on the radio all the time. This is for you kids out there. Radio is like Spotify, but you can't control it.
You don't always have to have control, you know.
There you go. No, but to be able to see Condition 4 actually play this, and you used to see them all the time, like at Lights, at Joe and Flo's.
Yeah. Did you know at the time that what you were seeing? Now that you're looking back, you're like, man, because I remember one time I saw JD Crutch play at Chamorro Village, but it was actually the parking lot on the side where the casino was. And I remember at the time, like, wow, and it was just wasn't like a big deal. I think he was singing on some pallets. And his wife was there watching, and I just remember seeing it. I was young, and I was like, wow, this is really cool. But I didn't know at the time that I was like...
Well, the keyboardist for Condition 4, Frankie Gutierrez, I went to school with him, and I was like, wow, he made it. That's awesome. And now, he's the organist over at Agana Heights Parish.
Right, yeah.
Good guy.
Yeah, this is originally sung by Stephen Bishop, which I didn't know. I heard this version first. And then the Stephen Bishop one came out. I was like, whoa, this guy does Condition 4 know this guy stole their song? Because what about to pay him a visit, Mr. Bishop? Hey, it's 7:08. Welcome to the Link of the Breeze 93.9. Talking about saving the racetrack. We're going to bring on Henry Simpson, a man who needs no introduction if you're familiar with stuff up there at the track, but we'll give him one anyway. Henry Simpson, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chris. I just got one thing I've got to say to Chris Burnett. Stay home.
Hey. I like the way you say that. And I'm glad you're staying home. Henry, this is something that I remember before the pandemic. They were reviewing all the leases with the Chamorro Land Trust and some of the commercial leases. And I want to say you guys up at the racetrack up there were on a month-to-month or something. And what's happened with the status of you guys' lease up there with the Chamorro Land Trust if we're now talking about saving the racetrack?
Well, what has happened is that we never had a real lease. We had what was called a license. That was the only thing that was available to us at the time. And so we had a 20-year license and went from 1998 to 2018. And then at the end of 2018, we were given the right to have a lease by the legislature. But there were a couple things in the law that approved it that made it kind of untenable for us. And those were that they had a way of pricing the rent for the property that would have made our monthly or our yearly rent out at the track about $1 million, and there's no way we could have ever afforded that, and tried to build anything. And so the way they built up their lease policy was based on commercial leases. And so we explained to them, we're a nonprofit. We're trying to do a good thing for the island and have a safe place for the guys to race, and that it should be considered. And so they considered, the same rent that we've been paying with increases over time. And so since 2018 till now, we negotiated a lease with the Chamorro Land Trust, but because there weren't enough members on the board, the lease hasn't been approved by the board, but it was approved by their attorney, their management, and everything. And so it's ready to go. And as soon as they get enough people on the board, we think it's going to be passed and then sent to the legislature. So what we did recently was to ask all the present senators and future senators to commit to us to support the track, to support the 50-year lease, and to support tax credits to finish building out the track. And so we had a really good response, and we've asked everybody that's in our Save the Racetrack group there to vote for those senators that committed to providing the lease and providing the income to finish the track.
So 2 weeks ago, they came up. Some of these senators, they did a tour, and the Guam Racing Federation presented their plans. Can you break down a little bit what the plan is then?
Well, it's really the same plan that we've had all along. We've modified it a little bit to go with different things that people want to add into the track. We've got so much interest. They want to add a bicycle track out there in various places. We've always wanted to do that. They want to add a BMX track. So as it grows, more and more people want to use the area, and so we're trying to accommodate everybody in there for that. And so those are, but the basic plan is the same as it's been for the last 20 years, and that is, and the center point of that, the centerpiece of that is the Formula 3 Grand Prix track. The politicians, when we first started this, really wanted to have a Guam Grand Prix, much like they have in the Macau Grand Prix. They have these Formula 3 races in Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Kuala Lumpur, Macau. Guam could be one of those. And so it would take a while, but we need the track first. And then once we've got the track, our guys can practice and we can get ready to join that racing circuit in this area.
So just so I'm clear, so currently it's a month-to-month lease with the CLTC. You're hoping to extend it to 50 years. It needs to go before the CLTC. They need to approve it, and then it goes to the legislature for final approval.
Yes.
Okay. And so how many senators out of the 31, I want to say, are running, actually attended this tour and this presentation 2 weeks ago?
I believe we had nine senators and prospective senators that came out, and then we had a total of 18 who had answered, because we had done the survey by email, had agreed to support the lease and to support the tax credits. We got really a lot of support for it. People didn't realize that it was actually threatened.
Right.
And once they realized it was threatened, that they pledged their support. And so those are the people that we put on our list on our website.
I got you.
You can see the list of people that we've that have supported us and that we're asking our members to choose from.
Have you heard any feedback or communications from the Chamorro Land Trust Commission on when they plan to officially meet and entertain the proposal?
They've been tied up by this COVID,
right?
And really haven't been able to move forward. There's a lot of other commissions too that have been tied up. The Guam Land Use Commission and things like that.
Well, plus the land trust lost the board chair. Pika Farron resigned, or he ran out her term. So I'm pretty sure that's
she ran
some
out of
complication.
term. They were going to replace her with somebody else, and they haven't. A couple of people, I think, were proposed and then had problems, and then somebody got sick, and it just kind of went downhill from there.
What about the governor's office, Henry? Have you guys had any communication or commitment from the administration?
We have. They've been supportive and asked us to be patient, and so it's been 2 years. And we feel we're being patient. We're trying to work with the system, do what it takes to get through. But it's it's slow going. But you really can't blame anybody except what we're all going through.
Well, there's patient, and then there's GovGuam patient.
Yeah, two different things.
Henry, thanks for coming on. What's the website if people want to go check that out?
I'm terrible. It's
right.
It's the Guam Racing Federation.
Gotcha. You guys got a Facebook, Henry?
It's GuamRaceway.com.
Okay.
GuamRaceway.com. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Henry. Stay home!
Thanks, Henry.
Stay home!
Champion. See you, Henry.
I told my son that next time I saw you, that's what I was going to say.
Oh, there you go. I appreciate that. I'm glad the message got through to you.
Yeah, it did.
Stay safe.
Okay, Henry. Stay safe.
Okay, thank you.
There you go. Yep. Still ticking. Henry Simpson, 717. We're back with more of The Link on the Breeze next. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
When the health and welfare of our island depends on your representatives in the Guam legislature to make decisions based on facts and public input, you need truth to demand government accountability. You need leadership to advocate for your voice in government. You need justice to protect and defend your rights and precious resources. Senator Therese Terlahi's record is clear. She will continue to fight for your voice to be heard through truth, leadership, and justice. Number 10 on the Democrat side of the ballot.
I am Therese Terlahi, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Therese Terlahi for Guam. Miriam C. Terlahi, Treasurer.
The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Hafide. Coming from humble beginnings, I can relate to the struggles that many in our community are facing. I'm running for senator because just as you, I believe our government has failed in its priorities. I have served our island and nation in the armed forces, educated young minds at the University of Guam, and I'm a small business owner. My name is Vince Borja and I'm running for senator. And I humbly ask you for just one of your votes. With your help, we can bring humble leadership back to the Guam legislature. Thank you and God bless you.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
I'm John Ananich, and I approve this message. Kobans in villages and facilities like this one need to be fixed, manned by police officers so they can respond quickly to any incident. I will fight for more police officers in our communities, more training and safety equipment. Guam is my home, its people my family, and my family is in trouble. Give me an opportunity to serve you, and I will serve you well and protect you and your family as a lawmaker.
We won't stop dreaming.
Kids medicine mayor research ne kisara chaurari sawal COVID-19. Me burin nageri warawat at si posopuero ne ferie petire semwen. Awarauru fito awen seri kots. Porporaiwe puet nuporam nofiten. Terupom non ukukun ruwe seken. Terugeri soap me korik. Ike seor soap me korik. Kewe hand sanitizer me wor orupesen arupornan. Terufiji ekoreri me pise karabasra. Son atapa kesapatapa wan mesom nawatireim ikeapuren me fisemwen epetin marao me marawen achigichen faviri pan marawach kids medicine epeti sawal me amarawakits retit sikire poros katogeri kekeri irgatewe iketetawan ewe website tphss.guam.gov/Japur. Translation is made possible by a grant from the U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs.
Have you ever learned how to play slack key?
I don't know. I'm chords only.
Yeah, no,
anybody who knows me knows chords. That's it. I only do the chords.
I interviewed a gentleman who came out and was teaching, like a slack key
Right.
seminar. Like
I remember that.
It was an amazing interview because I've never understood, Hawaiian guitar is so beautiful. the phrasing, like the tuning and everything like that. It's so beyond me. But he explained it so well. I was just wondering, have you ever played Slack Key?
I have never, Jay.
Yeah.
I messed around a little bit with the slide.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or do like Jimi Hendrix and take like a half-empty beer bottle?
Nothing like Jimi Hendrix at all. But
I'll never forget the time when we went to the Japanese Consul General.
Oh, God.
For this nice, beautiful dinner. There was Jason, me, and our bosses, and after we ate, we went into this other room, and he had like this guitar.
He had this old Spanish guitar, and Sabrina's like, and she may or may not have had a few by that point. I'm just saying, there was warm and cold sake. Just let me say. And she's like,
you had to take
"Hey,
it after every course.
Jason knows how to play guitar." So here I am in the home of the Japanese Consul General, and I'm playing like Crazy Train by like Randy Rhoads because I can't think of anything else to play.
You didn't play like Sukiyaki?
Well, that probably would have got us thrown out. But I was like,
all right. Good morning, 722. Let's go over to the CNMI now.
No, sorry, that was just funny.
Yeah, it's funny. Funny story. I wasn't there, so I didn't know. No invite. We'll bring on Kevin Bautista from the CNMI Governor's Office.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Kev. What time is it over there?
What day?
Yeah, is it?
Time zone, 7:22 a.m.
All right, so guys, it's 7:22 a.m. in Saipan right now, in case you didn't know.
But minus 2 seconds.
Yeah. Kev, jokes on us. I used to make this joke back in the day when I'd go out to Saipan. People would be like, "Hey, what's the time difference?" And I'd be, "Oh, they're behind 10 years." But now you guys are right at the forefront, beating us in the COVID, actually. And every time we come on, we just want to give you a chance to rub it in a little bit before we get to talking about it. I just feel like I'm waiting for you to just be like, any boo-boo.
But you guys have actually seen a couple of new positive cases, right?
Right, yeah.
What's the COVID case count there?
Yes. So just over the weekend, we got 4 new cases that we identified through our border protection and quarantine protocols. So right now our current case count's at 96. Here in CNMI.
Bree, 96. That's a slow day for us.
Yeah, but I really think that a lot of this has to do with just the governor and the COVID-19 task force and CHEC just really going out there and really identifying these cases directly at the border, identifying it through our quarantine protocol, and at the same time too, the cooperation of our community so that we continue to have no community spread cases since August. So I think that's been the big plus for us.
Right.
And the consistent communication just back and forth with people here, with our travelers coming from off island, a lot of family members coming in from Guam. We've had a lot of family members come in from Guam over the last few months for various things like funerals, for family gatherings. A lot of family reunions were happening here on island. Here the beginning part of fall. So I think that wanting to make sure that we accommodate a lot of our family members from Guam coming over as well.
Right.
So the 4 that you had over the weekend, Kev, was that all from Guam travel or was it from anywhere else?
Last week, according to the latest report I got from CHEC, it is coming from that classic U.S. Hawaii Guam route. Don't necessarily have a point of origin identified, and we usually keep that information confidential anyway. But for the most part, we know that hot areas that we're cognizant and vigilant of is unfortunately Guam, Hawaii, and the U.S. mainland.
Mm-hmm. So, what about hospitalizations over there? What are the numbers looking like? Because I know that you guys just opened the alternate care facility, and usually when you hear that, it's, you open that to as a result of increasing hospitalization.
Yes, and Bree, that's a great question. In terms of our hospitalization, we haven't seen any mass hospitalizations so far. I think right now we do not have any hospitalizations for COVID right now at the moment. A lot of our hospital staff are dispatched to our quarantine site and are conducting medical assessments with our patients over at Kanoa Resort for the most part, and especially those individuals who are in isolation if they're found confirmed positive. But going back to the alternate care site, one of the most important things that, and I want to really emphasize this, is that back in March and April, the governor, Governor Torres, our CEO, Esther Munoz for our Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation, our task force chairman, Warren Villagomez, and our governor's authorized representative, Patrick Guerrero, we began this conversation with our federal partners, FEMA and the Department of Defense, to really look at what would be the potential surge count for the CNMI if we didn't have any of these mitigation measures in place, which included the quarantine and the border screening and whatnot. So one of the things that was recommended through CDC and FEMA was the establishment of the alternate care site. And I know that every state and territory had their plans for an alternate care site. For us, the most important thing that the governor and the CEO wanted to do was to be proactive from the onset. And that included looking at the feasibility of and viability of what the alternate care site would look like and where it would be. And so we recently unveiled it this past week at Canoa Resort. It's a $13 million facility, federally funded, in partnership with FEMA, a lot of planning and effort and coordination with the Department of Defense medical personnel that was here in April. And it includes, and it's been built by a son of the Marianas, actually, Jesse Sablan from Helios Engineering Group. $13 million, which included construction, an HVAC unit, backup generators, medical equipment, which includes ventilators, about 50 beds, hemodialysis machines, et cetera, and about 23,000 square feet of direct medical equipment that is modeled after an acute care model, and a power system for redundancy and everything else in between to ensure that we're ready for a surge should it happen. And a lot of the conversations this past week when we unveiled it was really honed in on the fact that, unfortunately, we have to be vigilant and cognizant of what's around us here in the CNMI. So we're seeing a lot of what's happening in Guam, we're seeing a lot of what's happening in Hawaii, and we know as an island community with a hospital with limited capacity, we know that we wouldn't be able to take care of a mass surge of hospitalization. We would be stretched thin beyond belief at this point. So for us to have this alternate care site as a contingency plan while we wait for the vaccine, and even the vaccine distribution itself, which we're planning out, is still a work in progress, because we're having to deal with a lot of folks who may not want the vaccine. So we're gonna have to do an anti-vaccination mitigation communication plan. And then, as well as also that the CNMI may have to wait a little bit while a lot of the hot states and territories would get the vaccine first to ensure that we help stop the spread. So for us, we wanted to be able to mitigate against surge capacity at our hospital, because we know that our doctors and nurses, even here, despite not seeing mass hospitalization, is out there grinding every single day with our first responders, making sure that we stop the spread of COVID-19 at the border here in the CNMI.
Is the alternate care site, is it also located where you quarantine and isolate individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a good question. So we're actually, our alternate care site is actually on separate parts of the current hotel facility. So the alternate care site occupies a courtyard area right by the lobby, which is blocked off. So it's been completely blocked off from the rest of the hotel. So you have the lobby on one side, and then on the courtyard you have the rest of the main part of the alternate care site, which is the administrative offices, hemodialysis units, ventilators, and everything that involves tertiary care. And then we have a bunch of other rooms within the hotel on the second, third, and fourth floor, away from the actually near the isolation unit, so that if there was an emergency that were to happen, it would be right there, and medical personnel would be able to be dispatched for any sort of emergency purposes.
Is the quarantine facility also located in this resort?
Yes, but
All
but I
right.
believe it.
In a
But I
different
believe it's
area?
a different portion of the hotel. So
I
we make sure the task force has really made sure that the hotel is split off between those who are quarantined and those who are isolated. So there's no cross contamination in terms of infection.
Right.
And the most important thing for us was making sure that passengers had that sense of comfort, knowing that they're going to be subject to that 5-day quarantine here in the CNMI, but at the end of the day, they know that they won't be cross-contaminated with an individual who has been confirmed positive for COVID-19 during their stay. And I think for the most part, it's been working.
Mm-hmm. Could we talk about the economic recovery plan that I guess you guys are working on?
Yes. So in terms of the economic recovery plan that the governor's leading with his Council of Economic Advisors, which encompasses a lot of feedback and individuals from different parts of the private sector. So we have large corporations and we have a number of small businesses. One of the biggest things for us was making sure that we safely reopen tourism. Looking at it right now, where our tourism, where we could reopen tourism, but at the same time too, we want to be able to give a sense of comfort to the community that while we're looking at bringing tourists in through a travel bubble concept with possibly South Korea and Japan, which is still a work in progress, is to give them that sense of comfort that while it's coming in, we'll be implementing these safe mitigation measures in place to ensure that there wouldn't be any sort of cross contaminations or any person violating a modified quarantine protocol, which we're still going back and forth with on. But I think the good thing is that there's a lot of buy-in right now. We know that as an island economy, just like Guam, we're heavily reliant on tourism. We can't rely on federal funds, CARES Act, HEROES Act, or any sort of stimulus package from the federal government forever. And I think the biggest thing for us is we want to continue to really give life back to our businesses. The good thing now is that because of a lot of the proactive measures that the governor has put in, a lot of our businesses are open right now. And we're really appreciative of that. And I think that just speaks to the cooperation of the community here.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, too, we want to be able to give more back. And we want to be able to ensure that they have a market base where they got beyond local consumers, they have foreign consumers that are heavy spenders from our Korean, Japanese, and Japanese markets. And then eventually when the pandemic is done, bring back our Chinese market as well.
Just to go back to the positives, you said 4 over the weekend. I'm not sure how many prior within last week. Have you guys had to make any changes to the protocols, or is it pretty much just status quo despite those new cases?
The protocols have been pretty consistent since August. We've had to modify it a little bit. So for essential workers, for example, it's actually a modified quarantine protocol. What that means is that essential workers, while they have to receive a declaration and authorization that they are an essential worker, they would have to be quarantined for a certain amount of time until authorized and properly released by CHEC before entering the community and conducting their essential work, which includes our federal workers, folks who are here for healthcare or federal related projects, disaster related projects specifically. One of the big news here in the CNMI is that beyond COVID-19, we've been in recovery mode actually since 2018. We've had to deal with a strong typhoon season back in 2018 that we're still trying to recover from. And it's been a very stressful process as a government. But one of the biggest things that we've had over the last couple of weeks is we've received about $240 million in CDBG-DR disaster-related funding, which will go into critical projects such as infrastructure, home rebuilding, business development, economic development, et cetera. And this coupled with a lot of the funding that's coming in from FEMA through the reimbursement process and then everything else in between that we're still trying to grab. It's been looking hopeful in terms of where we are from 2018 when we had a strong economy, all the way through the typhoon recovery and then into the COVID-19 pandemic, where we're now seeing an unprecedented level of economic downturn all across the world, and it's affecting us as an island community. So for us, it's just really looking at how we're trying to mitigate both typhoon and COVID-19 at the same time. But I think that we have a plan in place to be able to set us up moving forward.
You guys are preparing for election. It's tomorrow over there, right, in the CNMI. What sort of protocols are in place over there for Super Tuesday?
For sure. I think election day, COVID-19 mitigation practices are going to be pretty universal across states and territories. Constant and consistent disinfection, social distancing. I myself did early voting just on Saturday with my family. And one of the things that the Commonwealth Election Commission has been focused on, along with our COVID-19 task force working in tandem, is making sure that social distancing is a priority, that disinfection and hand sanitizers are present everywhere within the polling sites, especially now during election day, when we're going to see an avalanche of folks that are coming into all the polling sites across all 3 islands. That we're really making sure that that the polling sites are well maintained, are looked after, are disinfected consistently, and are also able to have that direct communication with the COVID-19 task force should anything out of the ordinary come out. So I think for us, we're pretty prepared. I think the election commission has been really working in close tandem with the governor and CHEC and the COVID-19 task force to ensure a smooth election process. And for the most part, it's been pretty good so far on early voting.
So are you anticipating voter turnout to be minimal or high voter turnout?
Yeah, so for us, just like in Guam, it's a midterm election season. Obviously, turnout's gonna be a little less than what you normally see on a gubernatorial general election. So, and also COVID-19 may be a deterrent, but I think for the most part, the CNMI has always had a voter turnout rate of above 70% here on all 3 islands. And I think for us, the focus that the governor has been really harping on is just getting people out there to vote, exercising their right to vote. It's a cornerstone of our democracy, and the governor just voted on Saturday as well. And he's out there communicating with constituents and and through the appropriate government agencies to ensure that people go out there, have the time to go out and vote, and to vote safely within a pandemic setting.
Well, thank you, Kevin, for coming on and updating us with everything that's going on over in the CNMI.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Was there any final comments you'd like to make?
We just want to thank you guys for giving us the platform to talk about this with our constituents and viewers on Guam. We hope that the CNMI residents who are living on Guam, which is a lot of them actually, know that home is, we got family and home taken care of. They're safe, and we look forward to seeing a lot of our residents living in Guam to come back home when they're ready, as the governor likes to say, and to keep safe. I recently just found out that I had a family member. I had several family members living in Dededo who contracted COVID actually about a month ago. They're doing fine now, but when I think it's funny because my mom just told me about this over the weekend, and you really see the pandemic hitting hard in terms of how emotions transcend borders. I think as one Marianas, the focus that we're really harping on is making sure that when people in our community, in our island community, just 40 minutes south of us, is going through what they're going through. We have that sense of island empathy for it, and we want to make sure that folks on Guam continue to recover and overcome this pandemic, and that the CNMI is ready to assist in any way we can.
Right on. Hey, Kev, my daughter's out there with her boyfriend for about a month. They're doing a project. She's in quarantine right now, so just letting you know.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, cool.
We'll make sure she's taken care of, Chris.
Thank you. Appreciate it, my man.
I was wondering when you were going to drop that, Chris. You're going to say, hey, well, I've got family out there. If you just happen to drop off some pikiki outside the room, or
She's
doing good work out there. So.
Like my grandma used to say, if you're shy, you don't try. So there you go. Don't be shy, guys. Thanks, Kev.
Thanks, Kev.
Appreciate it. Right on.
See you, Kev.
Thank you, guys.
Stay home, wash your hands. I really appreciate the accessibility. I just put something on my Instagram. We get more accessibility from the CNMI governor's office than we do from our own governor. I mean, we can't even get the press secretary on anymore. It's just kind of funny. And then also, Kev, I just got to give him props because he's very competent. You know what I mean? It takes a certain kind to be able to go on the media in lieu of the governor and to be able to speak with experience and to know what you're talking about. And we just don't have that level of competency in a lot of places in the government of Guam. Sadly, I mean, unfortunately, we all miss out when there's that lack of presence from the governor or, anybody on our team. It doesn't really inspire confidence. 744, this is the link. Hey, we got a new sponsor. Thank you to Dial Rentone for jumping on. Appreciate it. Dial Rentone, of course, Carrier, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Joe Sir over here behind the scenes. Thank you, Joe Sir. He's like, that was sponsor too. Okay, bye.
we got our own in-house DJ, man.
Yeah, we do.
We're sitting pretty here.
So 7:45, we're going to take a short break, and we're coming back with Maria Pangilinan from the Guam Election Commission next on The Link.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Tomorrow, on Election Day, you have the power to make a decision about what kind of representation you want in Washington, D.C. There are more than just names on the ballot. Some say that youth or experience is on the ballot, that party labels are on the ballot. For some, these might be the most important elements. But there's more. There's honesty and integrity and trust on the ballot. Each candidate should be measured against these words. Integrity and trust are not optional. They are required. There is experience and understanding of how Congress works on the ballot. Who among the candidates has had real successful experience in Washington, D.C.? Put aside the party labels and put up front the interests of the people of Guam. We only have one voice in Washington. It must be trustworthy. I will always lift you up. I will not let you down. I humbly ask for your vote to return to Congress again. Si Dus Maasi, maraming salamat po. This is Robert Underwood, and I approve this ad.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Afade, I'm Mary Camacho Torres. It's been my honor to serve as your senator. Together, we've expanded voter access, fought for fair chance employment, and helped protect Guam's most vulnerable. But I'm not done yet. In the midst of this pandemic, Guam needs policies that rebuild our families, remove barriers to opportunity, and restore dignity for our people. This election, I humbly ask for your vote so I can do just that and continue to be your voice. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
When the health and welfare of our island depends on your representatives in the Guam legislature to make decisions based on facts and public input, you need truth to demand government accountability. You need leadership to advocate for your voice in government. You need justice to protect and defend your rights and precious resources. Senator Therese Terlahi's record is clear. She will continue to fight for your voice to be heard through truth, leadership, and justice. Number 10 on the Democrat side of the ballot.
I am Therese Terlahi, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Therese Terlahi for Guam. Miriam C. Terlahi, Treasurer.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
Sa panahon ng pandemya ng COVID-19, kailangan ng kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Kailangan natin mapanatiling malakas ang katawan at sumunod sa mga alituntunin ng gobyerno para ligtas ang lahat. Ang distansyang 6 feet bawat isa ay laging susundin, lalo na sa mga pagtitipon. Panatiling magsuot ng face mask sa labas ng bahay, lalo na sa mga pampublikong lugar. Maghugas ng mga kamay gamit ang sabon sa loob ng 20 seconds. Kung walang tubig at sabon, gumamit ng hand sanitizer na hindi bababa ng 60% alkohol. Maglinis at magdisinfekta ng mga madalas na hinahawakan. Iwasang hawakan ng mukha mo. Manatili sa bahay kung may sakit. Tulungan na mabawasan ang paglaganap ng COVID-19 sa pamamagitan ng pag-download ng Guam COVID Alert app sa App Store o Google Play. Protektahan ang sarili, ang iyong mga mahal sa buhay at ang mga mamamayan. Ang pag-iwas ay nakapagliligtas ng buhay. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, mangyari makipag-ugnayan sa 311 o bisitahan ang aming website sa dphss.guam.gov.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Rosemary Laguatnia writes, with no constant communication via press conference, Governor Liu leaves us with a sense of abandonment. Amen. Totally feel you on that. Anne writes, maybe she's visiting Michael St. Nicholas since he's not COVID positive to comfort him during his time at the hospital. Pneumonia is still serious. F. Glenn Netting Poodles writes, we should always get some form of weekly updates from Adelut. A day. Claire Castro writes, once upon a time, the lieutenant governor had open communication with the link. What happened? Oh, boy. Chamarita writes, seems like the governess is giving up on her island people and cannot wait for the next governor election to begin. She just needs to be very careful not to run next time. Wow. I don't know. I just feel like it's really egregious. It's a travesty. It's a tragedy. I feel like we've been abandoned too. But then you know what? When we get the gov and ask her a question, she always gets pissed off. And then I'm right back to like, okay, well, maybe, is it better this way, guys? I don't think so. I think when you run for office and you want to be a leader, you got to be a leader. I mean, they're lucky it's not a gubernatorial election. But I'll tell you what, if it was a gubernatorial election, we'd be hearing from them every 5 minutes.
And who was it? It was former Governor Carl Gutierrez, who was actually on here.
Yeah.
The last time the lieutenant governor was on, and talking about how you should really be on communicating with the people almost every single day, giving an update, giving 30 minutes or whatever it was to talk to the people, you know?
Yeah. I mean, they're giving 30 minutes to Iglesia and Cristo. They are.
Yes,
I saw it on the
that.
Facebook.
I saw that.
I know. I'm like, God damn, you guys are going to go give 30 minutes to a super spreader church and you can't even come talk to your people? It just never, I can't get over it. I really can't because, this is the time and we're in a pandemic. You know what I mean? People need to hear from the leadership. Of course it's so true. Raymond Rubler, of course it's so, yeah, it's a no freaking brainer. It's a no freaking brainer. But I wonder if there's any communication with the governor where her people are like, Gov, you got to go out. You got to do something today. I don't know. The 754.
You know, I have a lot to say, but I just prefer.
Yeah, it's her job. It is her job. You know, that's what you signed up for. Nobody expected this pandemic. I'm tired of hearing this. Oh, nobody prepared for this. Oh, everywhere they're afraid of pandemic. All right. Yes. That being said, let's go to the Zoom room now where we have Maria Pangilinan, who's got no problem coming on the link. Comes on all the time.
Half a day, Maria.
Good morning, Miss Maria.
Half a day. Sorry I got on a little late.
No
I was
problem.
distracted downstairs.
No problem.
Can we start with the test election yesterday afternoon and how all of that went?
It went smoothly. We tested, of course, the 3 new machines. We ran over 800 ballots through all 3 machines, and all 3 came out with the same results. So it went pretty smoothly. We had lots of media, we had some public, and we had both parties represented, and it felt like they were okay with the test.
Okay. How long did it take?
We were out of there inside of an hour, just a little under an hour.
Okay.
All right, who won? Who won the congressional?
I don't even know.
Was it a Democrat or Republican majority?
I don't even know. We were all looking to see if the numbers were correct. We were not looking at who won.
All right. That'd be the first thing I looked at. Jason has a question for you, Miss Maria.
Yeah, buenas, Maria. Thanks for joining us as always. I've had the good fortune of being able to cover in person the ballot tabulations for the last 3 elections, and I've always noticed that when your staff is there, and they typically have at least 1 or 2 staffers from the vendor that provides the software and the hardware, and your staff. I mean, it's a very orchestrated, very very well choreographed dance, if you will, of people running around and shuffling the papers with the health restrictions and safety protocols that now have to be implemented. How challenging has that been for you to make sure that 17 people aren't touching the same pieces of paper, and because people say the virus may have some sort of surface life to it and everything like that. So how much of a challenge has that been for you to make sure that your staff is kept safe when they're trying to tabulate these ballots as swiftly as possible?
So let me tell you, up at the tabulation center, we have at least one. We have lots more tasks to do, But one of the tasks that I had noticed that has yet to be completed is taping down the floors to show where 6 feet are. By the tabulators, by the election results, the computer in the back, Jason. So we have space again is a challenge up there, even though it's our biggest venue. We have to limit the number of precinct officials in the field house at one time. We are only going to do half at a time, 30 precincts. First 30 to come, they'll be seated inside the field house. The rest, Doug Palmer at the University of Guam has helped us set up spaces out the perimeters of the field house outside, inside the field house, but outside the main gym to see, over 150 people outside and practicing social distancing. Yesterday, my main task was making sure that the public don't go, and I did not do a good job. My main job was to help them practice social distancing, and I did not do a good job.
So what can you learn from that, and how do you plan to adjust those plans heading into Super Tuesday tomorrow?
The hardest part, Jason, is the space. Doug Palmer and our staff have been working on making sure that we set up the house so that we're forced to practice social distance. One thing that you and I have to bear with is that 1 6-foot table, one person. So we're changing out the area where the public, actually not public, because it's going to be a very controlled environment, where the party representatives and the media are going to sit in your special area. So we're changing it out, using stanchions to make it a little bit bigger so that we can accommodate the media and the party representatives. Have a bigger capacity to accommodate the media and the party representatives.
I have another question, Maria, because one thing I found really interesting is how you've been advising the community throughout, the in-ballot voting or the in-office voting process. Is you're saying you have to bring your own pen, when traditionally it's always been like if you go to a polling station, it would always be a number 2 pencil, right? Does the fact that you're now using ink on a ballot, does that increase or does it increase the accuracy that the ballot tabulators may be able to see exactly who you voted for? Because it's always been like, if you take a number 2 pencil and you have to completely shade and not go over, just when this goes all the way back to school when we were taking SAT tests, right? Does using pens make the ballots more accurate?
Actually, maybe, and you know better than I, maybe it's the technology with the tabulation equipment. Since the 650s, we've been using pens.
Right.
Okay.
So the 650 was the generation right before these new ones. And so probably my best read on that would be how many ballots have to be reduplicated that the machine cannot read. Right. And I have not seen a big variance from previous elections.
Oh, good. Yeah, because like I was saying, when I've been there counting, I can see you guys when you take, and you're even going back and they're like, okay, well, we took the ballots that couldn't be read during the first run and we have to rerun those, and that just, elongates the process. But no, congratulations. That's good news.
Yeah, so Jason, that time when we had a lot more to duplicate, that was not the I better say it right? That was not the machine's fault. It was something faulty with the ovals, that the placement of the ovals at that time. But it was between ES&S and our proficient staff with that stuff. It was straightened out.
Maria, over the weekend, last time we spoke with you, you mentioned that you guys were, depending on the weather situation, the plan was to service homebound voters. to include individuals at GMH, the quarantine, and the isolation facility. How many people were you guys able to service over the weekend?
Man, I don't have that number, but I can tell you that we've been to GRMC, we've been to the hospital, GMH, we've been to GMH, we've been to homes with positive COVID patients, and we've been to homes who are isolated. So we've started, and we've started big. Thanks to our partner, Health Services of the Pacific, we have the nurse coming out with us to these places. Today, this evening, we plan to go to the quarantine facility and to the isolation facility. Today, all day, we will be serving homebound voters. So I'm sorry I was a little late coming on. I had taken a call from one of our voters who is in isolation, and I assured him that we will try our hardest to get to him between today and tomorrow at 8:00 p.m.
Okay. And so if you could just take us through tomorrow for people that are going to be going to the different polling sites and just what the guidelines are going to be, what they need to bring, what they need to do.
Sidzuis Masi, the precincts across the island, the polling sites across the island, 22 of them, as our voters are used to, will open at 7:00 a.m. tomorrow. The only change from 2018 is in Agate, where we will be at Ocean View Middle School. So come 7:00 in the morning, our voters are welcome to go to our polling sites. Please bring a black or blue pen. Know that we want to practice, and we are required to practice social distancing. Know that you have to wear a mask, and just follow the directions. We've hired additional help to help us with making sure that we don't spread COVID, where we minimize the chances of spreading COVID. We have a polling site manager. We have election assistants, and yes, we have curbside services. But we want to plead with the voters of Guam that if you are able to get down, please be assured that we try as much as possible to implement all the guidance from Public Health and CDC with regard to social distancing, helping you with sanitizing your hands. We have all that. The precinct officials will have face shields, will have all their PPEs. We've disinfected all the rooms before the precinct officials start to go in. And we assured Department of Education that we will disinfect after. So please know that the polling rooms are safe. And please be patient with us. As with the classrooms, there will be minimum 2 voters allowed inside. Social distancing markers are outside each classroom. We've spread out the classrooms so that the lines won't be all concentrated. I think at Liguan, it's every other classroom. At Okudu, instead of everybody being in the gym, 2 precincts in the gym, 2 precincts in the cafeteria, 2 other precincts in big classrooms at Okudu. So we've done everything we can. It's up to our voters.
Right, Ms.
22% of our voters showed up during the 45 days we were open here.
Wow.
Kudos to the island of Guam. So now it's tomorrow. It's almost tomorrow. Come out and please come into the polling rooms to make it easier for everybody, including the voters.
Miss Maria, I wanted to ask, last time we had you on, I think it was last time or the time before that, about the gathering with these political candidates and their supporters. You know, right now, Bree, what is the executive order say about gatherings? It's limited to 5 people, right? So the other day,
Yes.
I was on my way home, and Laniet at Pago Bay, I saw Senator Pito Terlahi's supporters, candidate Chris Carrillo's supporters, Jotny Mayor candidate Ed Terlahi's supporters. I mean, there were easily over 100 people there waving for these candidates. And last I heard, we weren't allowed to gather more than 5. But it's just interesting to me that when they have a protest or anything that's, critical of the governor, GPD shows up. But if you're in, you get to slide. So I'm just wondering with the voters, because I know people have complained about supporters getting in their face, being too close. Will the executive orders be enforced at the polling sites? Or is it just, it is what it is? And is that even you guys' responsibility? I just don't get why, we're trying to find people now and that they're letting other people slide just based on their political affiliation.
Thank you for asking what our responsibility is, what
Thank
the
you.
Guam Election Commission's responsibility is. Our responsibility extends only to 100 feet outside the gate. Not that we're saying it's not our responsibility. When we were at Okudu, I had to go out with the officer that was with us to tell the officer had to get down and literally tell the people that they shouldn't be on the median. People were on the median, and the reason it took me to go out was because a couple of voters came up to me and said it was dangerous coming in. The same thing happened at GW. It was raining really hard. One of the officers off duty was driving in, and she told me that she almost ran into 2 people. What I want to share with you is that both the Democratic Party of Guam and the Republican Party of Guam had written to the Guam Election Commission even before the primary election, when the numbers were not as high, and told us that they were going to discourage the candidates from the hospitality tents. The calls we've been fielding said they're going to just put up the pop-up tents, and just the reason I was late this morning getting on was because there was a gentleman downstairs, and they said they were talking about why the cemeteries are not open, and my reply was, we are so agwagwat. We don't listen, but because we think that there are more important things like family. But, my family, I said, hey, we have to keep each other safe. So with regard to hospitality tents, Chris, officers will be with us at the polling site. So as soon as they hear, and I will be here at election headquarters with an officer. There will be rapid response GPD folks across the island. All I can tell you is we will try.
That just annoys the hell out of me that we can't go to the cemeteries on All Souls Day, but all these political hacks can, gather by the hundreds, and because they're in, they get to slide. Untouchable. Meanwhile, all of us average Joe and Josefa Cruzes out here got to be locked down and can't go to the cemetery. I'm sorry, Miss Maria, but really, there just has to be some enforcement. And I thank you for sharing what you guys' responsibility is. Because it's not, policing the whole village where the polling sites are.
We will try, sir.
They should know better, though. These people are running for political office. Like, you don't watch the freaking news? You guys should know better. Your supporters should know better. Yeah, public health and GPD are supposed to be the ones enforcing. Man, I'm glad I'm not a deputy whatever, because I would be out there with my ticket book. Sorry, Miss Maria, it just doesn't sit well with me that, and what it does is it makes people lose confidence in the decision makers and the rules that they're sending down to us from on high. When it's inconsistent application, inconsistent enforcement, one thing's allowed, another thing's not allowed. But if you're, in again, you can just do whatever, and it's cool.
I don't think there could be some Republicans that may have been.
Oh,
doing the
yeah,
same
sure.
thing.
I'm saying, they should just know better, even Republicans. I'm not discriminating. Don't worry. I'm an equal opportunity hater. But yeah, Republicans, Democrats, whatever, they just shouldn't be gathering more than it just pisses me off.
So Maria, the polls close at 8:00. I'm sure that you may have even touched on this before, that there are protocols that have to be followed with social distancing, with the ballots being loaded onto the buses. You need more buses to transport these ballots over to the tabulation center?
Yes, where we need 22 from each polling site. Our need group buses transporting ballots and precinct officials to election return center. We are limited to 10 precinct officials plus 1 officer in each bus. So the buses will be dispatched as early as 8:00 to all the polling sites to make sure that if and when they're ready, the buses are right there to bring them up.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned the 3 new tabulation machines. Are they the only tabulation machines that are going to be used, or we're not using any of the other ones we had in the past?
No, the old machines and the new machines don't work well together.
Okay. Okay. So it's just the 3 new ones.
They're like our senators.
What are
I
their
didn't say
names?
that.
What are their names?
They're not named yet. I proposed that the names be. I proposed the 3 names, but our chairman, as fair as he's always been, wanted all 7 of them to be there. So 2 were a little bit delayed, but they were there. They ended up being there. So the names have not been decided yet.
Okay.
Miss Maria, we're getting a lot of comments about how many people turned out to vote. So I know you said 22% voted early. Do you have numbers on how many total registered voters are registered for the general, and then how many voted early?
So the total number of registered voters for the 2020 general election is 55,878. The total number of people that showed up to our office and to our satellite locations is 12,227. So far, as of October 31st, we've serviced 558 homebound voters, and that's inclusive of the hospitals. Off-island absentee ballots, we've received 123. So ever since we've been preparing these ballots, we have to vet each and every one of them for their completeness to go to the precincts. So where the precincts are used to receiving 10 to 20 absentee ballots, they're going to get it by the hundreds this time.
All right. Any? Yes, Jason?
Okay, Maria, I got one more question because people are asking as far as the results and when they come out, because they understand and they actually greatly appreciate the fact that you said you have reduced your staff in half to reduce the risk of coronavirus infection there. But people are wondering, are we going to see fewer batches of results throughout the night, or will you still try and do what you historically have, which is try and get as many precincts tabulated and as out to us and the media as possible? Because I know you're saying you would normally try and process all 67 voting precincts concurrently, but now you're splitting that in half and saying we're only doing 30 at a time for safety reasons.
Okay. Thank you, Jason. So for those that have been to the election return center, as ballots come to the tabulation area, that's what we call Station 5. They process them, they send them to the tabulation equipment right away. So we have 3 machines going. as soon as precincts clear out, they get taken over to each machine. We hope, ideally, that the 30 precincts that are there already will clear out. One of them, 2 of them, 10 of them, ideally, would clear out sooner than later.
Okay.
Those, and so as they clear out, Jason, other precincts will be led into the main gym.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we actually should be able to see results hopefully throughout the night, and people that live for this kind of thing, they should stay up with us because they're going to be able to make sure that their favorite village or their favorite candidate, they can see how they're doing.
Yes, and Jason, with the new machines came new software for election results. So today, 2 of our staffers will be dedicated to spending time with the election consultant to fine-tune that area and to see what other special buttons are available so we can get it to you more accurately and, of course, quicker.
Mm-hmm. Is it still ES&S? ES&S?
Yes, ma'am.
It is, okay. And so real quickly, let's just go through the races: senatorial, mayoral, congressional, public accountability, Guam Education Board,
CCU.
the CCU, judicial retention, and the straw poll for the president. Did I miss any?
That's all of it, ma'am.
All right.
All right. So make sure that our voters know they can cross over, but make sure they vote only the number of seats that are available. For the congressional delegate, only 1. For the senators, 15. You can vote both Republican and Democrat. And of course, for all of these races, you can write in with the exception of Guam Education Board. For the mayor and vice mayor, only 1 each. And for the straw poll, only 1 team.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Miss Maria.
Guys, may I make sure that people know we're not used to seeing more than 6 candidates for the Guam Education Board. Mm-hmm. There are 10 candidates for the Education Board. 6 is max. Yep. For CCU, for Consolidated Commission on Utilities, there are 5 candidates, I believe. Vote for only 2. Make sure we know that so that your voice and your vote will be counted. Sidus Masi.
God bless you guys, Miss Maria. I know you guys have been working hard over there. We just ask that God places protective hand over you and your staff and the voters as we venture out tomorrow.
Sidus Masi.
Viva Santa Maria Carmelin!
Viva!
8:20. Thank you, Miss Maria. All right, Miss Maria Pangilinan, the Guam Election Commission.
She's the best.
She is awesome. Their staff, they work hard. Hey, we're going to take a break. We're coming back with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Or like we said, Friday, Department of Public Health Shining Stars. Next with the PIO Janela Carrera. It's 8:21, Monday, the 2nd day of November. The link on the breeze.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Tomorrow, on Election Day, you have the power to make a decision about what kind of representation you want in Washington, D.C. There are more than just names on the ballot. Some say that youth or experience is on the ballot, that party labels are on the ballot. For some, these might be the most important elements. But there's more. There's honesty and integrity and trust on the ballot. Each candidate should be measured against these words. Integrity and trust are not optional. They are required. There is experience and understanding of how Congress works on the ballot. Who among the candidates has had real successful experience in Washington, D.C.? Put aside the party labels and put up front the interests of the people of Guam. We only have one voice in Washington. It must be trustworthy. I will always lift you up. I will not let you down. I humbly ask for your vote to return to Congress again. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. This is Robert Underwood, and I approve this ad.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Who's to say whose life to take today? Please put the guns away, cause we don't wanna feel this way. Why do we fight like this? Are we not terrorists who take the life of kids? Who lives a life like this? When will we learn? No matter what the presidents say, all the speeches couldn't take away the pain. Cause there's gotta be a better way than a war. Cause the soldiers are dying every day, and even though we pray, they're still far away from home. There's gotta be a better way than a war. Brothers and sisters, stop crying, even though the president's lying about the war. Keep your head up, stay strong, you got heart. All the mist from your tears couldn't drown out the pain. It's like we're standing in the rain, forever stained from these terror claims. The truth remains though. It's ground zero for the heroes, dodging bullets, making C notes to feed the kids. The politics are rich, it makes me sick to the stomach. All this war drama breaking down our mamas. No matter what the presidents say, all the speeches couldn't take away the pain. Cause there's gotta be a better way than a war. Cause the soldiers are dying every day, and even though we pray, they're still far away from home. There's gotta be a better way than a war. No matter what the presidents say, all the speeches couldn't take away the pain. Cause there's gotta be a better way than a war. Cause the soldiers are dying every day, and even though we pray, they're still far away from home. There's gotta be a better way than a war.
Hey, good morning, 826.
I didn't realize you were on.
Okay, here we are. Don Rentone, Carrier, IT&E. Cabo Enterprises is proud to present today's episode of The Link. Monday, November 2nd. Day before Super Tuesday. Not only are we electing a whole new legislature, a bunch of mayors, vice mayors, congressional race also going to be decided on. There's a whole presidential election happening.
Oh, yeah.
This is tough. I don't gamble.
Mm-hmm.
Money's too hard to come by. I wouldn't even know who to bet on. Trump and Biden.
Kamala.
Bet on Kamala.
Kamala.
So we're actually going to do something pretty cool tomorrow, Bree, with some of our people in the States.
Right. We're reaching out to different people that live in the U.S. mainland and just sit down, chat with them in the Zoom room about, their voting experience and even who they plan on voting for. So kind of excited about that.
Me too, because this is definitely, I mean, you thought Hillary and Trump, that election was contested. This one, I mean, wow. Pretty fun. 8:27, let's head over to the K-Wave News Zoom room where we have standing by from the Department of Public Health and Social Services, the PIO, Janella Carrera. Good morning, Janella.
Hey, good morning, Chris and Bree. Nice to see you both.
Good morning. Let's go over how the public hearing went. I didn't get to see it live, but I got to watch a part of the repeat on the governor's Facebook page. So how was the turnout?
Yeah, so we had about 20 people in the Zoom room, and that includes actually the staff of public health. We had about 4 senators who also appeared in the Zoom room. That was namely Senator Will Castro, Senator Peter Terlahi, Chairwoman on the Committee of Health, Senator Therese Terlahi, and we also had Senator Telo Taitigui.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
I noticed.
had, of course, some members of the committee.
Yeah, I noticed that the senators, they were like, "Oh, I'm just here to watch. I'm just here to listen," and maybe they'll provide testimony on during Wednesday's hearing. But what was, I guess, the consensus from the people that testified? What sort of concerns did they had?
I think most of the concerns that were raised by members of the community were, we had some members that raised concerns about the fines, and especially now that, we have a high unemployment rate and the affordability of it. We also had some concerns about the applicability of it, who would be enforcing it. We had concerns from people who were also just, wanting to talk about the pandemic as a whole and not necessarily about the draft enforcement rules. Actually, Senator Castro testified as well. I know some senators said they were just there to observe, but Senator Castro actually did speak, and his concern was that the legislature wasn't involved in the process. So I did want to mention that. We had some members of the public who raised concerns just, about the fact that, we're seeing numbers still continuing to rise, concerns about people not being properly educated, and they may not be fully aware of what the guidances and directives are out there. And, in the event that they may not be wearing their mask properly or just not properly aware of what the violations may be, and they may actually be in violation and not be fully aware of it. So suggesting that maybe more education needs to be done. So those were some of the concerns that were raised during the public hearing.
Mm-hmm. There was something you said, Will Castro, there was something that the senator said that I wanted to ask you about, because I hadn't heard anything about it officially, about this, he had been hearing about the possibility of some sort of a island-wide lockdown, a 48-hour, I think I want to say. He said lockdown, something that he had heard in, I'm not sure where he heard it from, but is that something that the Department of Public Health is looking at or suggesting or recommending?
No, and I'm not sure where he heard that from. There's no island-wide lockdown that's being suggested, or we've had no discussions of such island-wide lockdown, 48 hours. I've not, at least for me, I've not heard of that.
Mm-hmm.
If that's a discussion that was made, I'm not part of that, and I'm certainly not aware of it.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, because I was like, wait, anybody hear about this? And I was blowing up our chat wondering, okay, what did we miss? Where did this come from? So thank you for
right.
that.
And if I did hear about it, I would definitely want to be a part of that conversation. So, yeah.
So
I wanted to ask about, we talked to Maria about gathering of, candidates and their supporters at the different polling sites. She said it was a problem at when they did the satellite voting. What's the department's role in kind of enforcing that gathering thing, or does it even apply if it's for elections?
Well, the executive order and the public health guidance does state that the limit on social gatherings is up to 5 people. So that does apply during an election at polling sites. So that applies even at polling sites. If there are gatherings of more than 5 people, then that would be a potential violation, or that is a violation of the executive order. So we do encourage candidates to abide by that guideline in the executive order and the public health directives.
Mm-hmm.
So if they do want to campaign and they're out there in the polling sites, greeting voters, entering a polling site, we ask that they stay within those guidelines.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to go back to the enforcement and the fines. So when this is, I guess, adopted by, public health, right? Is it adopted by public health or the governor's office? These fines and fees. So they are issued if there are violations of the governor's executive orders and directives and guidance from public health. Is it just for what's currently in place or the date of the adoption of these rules and regs? Or say, for example, if the governor a week from now says, well, I'm going to implement all these other stepped up prohibitions, is it just a blanket fines and fees for whatever comes down?
So the way that the public health enforcement rules reads, I believe it's in one of the sections here, it says, declared in executive order number 2020-03 or any extension thereof. So it would be the current existing executive order, an extension of that executive order, public health guidances and directives. So existing policies, executive orders, guidances and directives. And then if there's an extension of that particular executive order, it would be applicable to that. But then of course, that's the reason why we have the public hearing, because we do want to hear from the community. We want to hear what their concerns and issues are. And we do take into consideration what their concerns are. And we do intend to refine, what the public health enforcement rules are with public input as well.
Okay.
So that's the reason why this is called draft.
Okay.
So the way it reads right now is the base executive order, the first executive order, an extension of that, the current existing public health guidances and directives, and whatever extension occurs after, if this public health enforcement rule is adopted.
So what's next? So there's another hearing, a virtual hearing Wednesday, right? So how do people, how are they going to be able to participate?
Right, so we do have another public hearing, a virtual public hearing on Wednesday, November 4th from 2 to 4 p.m. And that's also via Zoom. We did issue the Zoom link to our media partners. We also have it being advertised in both papers. As you know, Zoom has a limit of 100 participants, which is why there's a limitation on it, but we do intend to put it on Facebook Live, and we will post it as well after the live, after the public hearing, we will post it on our Facebook page and YouTube account. We also set up an email address for those who want to submit written testimony as well. That's publichealth@dphss.guam.gov, and we're accepting written testimony until November 4th at 4 p.m. After we complete the public hearing and receive all the written testimony, we'll take into consideration all the public testimony, all the public comments that we've received, refine the public health enforcement draft rules. We'll, take it back to the table, get the governor's concurrence, and then adopt the draft rules. And then we'll provide copies to all 3 branches of government.
When is the wait? First, you said the deadline for written testimony is also Wednesday, 4 p.m. Right? Okay. And how soon are you looking?
Right. Which is at the.
You have any timeline on when you anticipate adopting these rules and regs?
Well, as you know, the AAA process allowed for, an expedient process. So, we're looking, hopefully, because the timeline, receiving of the public comment would be November 4th at 4 p.m. We intend to look over all the comments, use that to guide us in refining the draft rules. I'm not sure how long that process would take based upon how many comments we received, both oral and written. It may take a few days to go through that. And then, we go to the governor's office, to the governor with her concurrence based upon amending or refining the draft rules. And then, from there we move forward in providing whatever the finalized version of the draft rules would be, and provide copies to the legislature, the judiciary, and of course the governor's office.
Okay. Could we talk about
the executive branch?
Right. Can we talk about the community testing that was postponed? Do you guys have any new date yet on when it will be rescheduled for da-da-do?
As of this time, we don't have a new date. We do intend to meet with the mayor's office, the FSM consulate office, and the FSM Association of Guam to discuss the new possible date for community testing. We did have some registrants for that initial date that we had from this past Saturday. I don't know if it'll be this weekend, maybe next weekend, but we do want to proceed with a new date. So we'll come back to the table, discuss a possibility of a new date.
All right.
And of course, we will announce it.
Yes.
All right. Anything else?
No.
Thank you, Janella. What about weekend testing? I saw that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I just want to repeat again and remind everybody about the virtual hearing this coming Wednesday. We do urge the community to participate. We want to hear from them. This is important to us, and it's important that we hear from the community about these draft rules. This is not something that we're taking lightly. We understand the potential ramifications. We understand the burden that this could place on the community. Mm-hmm. So we want and we urge participation from the community, whether it's through oral testimony or submission of written testimony, and that's through the email that we set up. And again, I just want to repeat the email in case people might not have heard it the first time, and that's publichealth@dphss.guam.gov, and we'll be posting that on our social media accounts. And we did provide that email address to our media partners as well. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, you had a question?
Oh, just about the weekend testing. Can you just tell us a little bit, anything extra? I know we saw 9 positives out of 100 tests on, was that Saturday, Rick?
Right, a total of 141 positives since Friday night out of 1,178 samples that were run. So that was 111 based on the JIC yesterday, the day before 423, and then 644 Friday night.
Were these close contacts or?
Yeah, when we saw the 9 positives out of 111, it's a decent number to see. It's when you calculate it based on a rate, it's about 8%, which we've been averaging about 12-13%. But I wouldn't look at that number alone, because you have to look at other rates, right? We're still seeing high numbers at GMH of the COVID census. So it may be an encouraging sign. But we're definitely not out of the woods when we're still seeing patients, a hospital that's reaching its critical point.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So I would caution people, to not look at that number and think our rates are going down or we're anywhere near where we want to be. Mm-hmm. So it may be an encouraging sign, but I would not look at that and think that we're anywhere near where we want to be.
Right. Since we do have you on, I might as well just follow up and ask whether or not the Department of Public Health is actually looking at any violations of protocols or any bypassing of protocols that occurred at the government isolation facility with respect to Congressman Michael St. Nicholas's admission. Is something that Adelup had kind of alleged.
Right. First I do want to say that, I am aware that the congressman did post on his Facebook page and, revealed that he was ill. I know that he mentioned that he was admitted to GMH and then later was discharged. So I do wish for his speedy and full recovery. Without mentioning and going into details due to potential HIPAA violations, it is something that the department is looking into.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can go back and watch our interview, Janella. We did an interview with him, and he said that he called his sister-in-law, which was, I guess, part of the allegation that was made.
Right. I know that he did talk about it, but that's his prerogative to reveal the details. But from our end, we're still need to maintain, personal privacy of health rights. But it is something the department is looking into, any potential breach of protocol. So, yes, the department is looking into that.
So then can you just kind of go over the protocols to gain admission into the government isolation facility?
For people who don't have a sister-in-law in the system.
Okay, yeah.
Well, one thing I do want to make clear, one thing I do want to make absolutely clear is that the isolation facility is for patients who have been diagnosed with COVID-19. That is absolutely clear. You cannot be admitted or taken to the isolation facility unless you have been diagnosed with COVID-19. There is a quarantine facility for for travelers who are coming into Guam. And then the isolation facility is for those who've been diagnosed with COVID-19. The other thing is, typically we do an assessment of those who've been diagnosed with COVID-19. And when a patient is diagnosed with COVID-19, a member of our isolation team will make contact with a patient and we'll make arrangements. They assess their home, the suitability of their home, their family situation, and we'll make arrangements for transport. On occasion, we've had instances, and I just want to make this a point of clarification. We've had instances in which a patient who may not be able to wait for a member of the isolation team to contact them because maybe their situation at home may be so dire that they realize, I don't have a suitable home right now, and I just want to go into isolation now. They don't want to wait for that contact, and they'll reach out to us directly and say, hey, can I be transported now into isolation? We've had situations like that. And in that case, we will arrange for that transport or, make arrangements with the patient directly. So that has happened. But there is, within our isolation team, there is a process for that.
Mm-hmm. You said diagnosed. This includes if you test positive and if you are clinically diagnosed as a COVID-19 patient.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Clinically diagnosed, test positive, but also, we have to have some sort of verifiable clinical diagnosis.
Did you have that in the congressman's case, Janella? Are you allowed to say?
I'm not able to say anything about the congressman's case. Again, that's, I don't want to violate any type of personal health protected information.
Other than it is being looked into.
Right, other than it's being looked into.
All right, thank you, Janella.
Good luck. Make sure you get out and vote.
Stay safe.
Yeah, wash your hands.
I did. I voted already. Thank you.
Okay. 8:47. Good morning. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room and go from the Department of Public Health to the Guam Memorial Hospital, where Lillian Posadas is standing by. As yesterday's JIC Bree, we have hit 100 hospitalizations for COVID-19 cases. This is spread throughout the different hospitals on the island.
Last night it was 84 over at GMH with, I believe, 11 in ICU. But again, things always change. And so that's why we really appreciate Lillian taking the time to join us to give us the latest census.
Good morning, Lillian.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Jason. And good morning, Guam. Yes, our census has picked up this morning. We are up to 86 now. As you mentioned, yes, our census yesterday was at 84. We've had a couple of individuals that continue to come into the emergency room, and so a couple of them had to then be admitted because of the oxygen saturation levels and for further management and continuous observation. So we have 86 individuals in the house. 14 of those 86 are on ICU level status of care. Of the 14, 4 of them are on ventilator support. At the SIF, we have 13 individuals that we have transferred. We've actually transferred a total of like 67 COVID individuals to the SIF since we opened it up in on October 9. Many of those have gone home. Many of those have, some of them have been discharged to the ISOFAC, government-sponsored ISO facility. So there's great progress there.
Have you had any that have had to return from the SIF back over to GMH?
We've had some. I think probably maybe a handful, like probably around 5 or 6 have had to come back because of their oxygen level has dropped, desaturated, and so they've been brought back to the acute site and put back on a higher flow of oxygen, supplemental oxygen.
And, we've noticed a lot of activity, and you kind of touched on it last week about the tents that were going up. And one of the tents, the Blue Med tents, it actually was brought up by the help of the Guam National Guard. So
correct.
Yeah, right. You anticipating any
the
more?
Guam National Guard. Okay, sorry.
Do you foresee another tent going up?
Well, that's the plan. We put up the first Blue Med tent in right outside of the, right at the Bay area of the emergency room where the ambulance pulls in. And it's, under the awning, the overhang, so it gives it that protection. So that was erected by the Air Guard and the National Guard teams. And so we've got it pretty much ready to be occupied. We're just now waiting for a sink to be installed, a utility sink. But the Blue Med tent comes with the package of 10 beds. However, the 10 beds that came with it was kind of like narrow. And, we were concerned that it may not, hold patients for long. And it doesn't look that comfortable because it's got a thin mattress. So we replaced it with what they call fast beds. It's got a thicker mattress and it's a little bit more sturdier. So we've got 8 beds in there because they're a little bit wider. So we couldn't fit 10. We were only able to fit 8 in there. And so we've got it already pretty much fitted with the crash cart, all other, and it has an anteroom so that the staff can don their PPE. Nice. So we're just now waiting for our team, FM team, to get that utility sink in place. The second Blue Med tent, we're planning to get that up if not today, then maybe tomorrow, in the doctor's parking lot, Bay Area, the drive-through area. Again, it's going to be protected by, within that structure. So we're looking to see, when that will be put up, because we need to make sure that it's got the decking and make sure that there's no water that will then, flood that area.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the preparatory work that's being, made.
Any more nurses from off island coming in? I think the last one you mentioned was the 22nd.
Right. Most of the ones that we have recently requested, I think a total of 19 came in as of Saturday. We're still waiting for some more emergency room nurses. We requested for 15 ER nurses. That's the next batch that we're waiting for. Cardiac monitoring technicians, we have requested for those. And my last conversation with the director Friday was that they were en route. They were transiting through and en route. I haven't heard the latest when they're going to be arriving on island. So I'm going to have to follow up with the director and our HR, because our HR is the one that's been coordinating and communicating with the Staffing Solutions agency.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask about, because we just asked Janella about the congressman. So he was discharged from the hospital, was it over the weekend? Was he discharged from the COVID ward, or because it wasn't really clear on that?
We was discharged from one of the COVID unit called COVID Care Unit 1. That's what we consider as a COVID. But, again, he was just in a private isolation room right next to the emergency room. And that's Care 1.
Okay. Okay. Any message here, Lillian, to the public before we let you go?
Yeah, again, just to continue the wearing the face mask, continue the distancing, social distancing as much as possible, and try to stay home. And if you're at home, you can go outside of your yard and do some physical activity, so you're not then bored and confined in the house. But you can certainly go outside of your house in the yard, get some vitamin D, sunshine. And yes, continue the hand washing, and hopefully that we will get the vaccine soon. And if not the end of this year, then the beginning of next year, and then maybe that can give us some assurance that we can at least, again, get back to a little bit of some normalcy. But yes, please continue practicing the social distancing, mask, especially the mask, and hand washing.
Why would you hear about the vaccine? You made it sound like we're getting a vaccine for Christmas.
Well, Regeneron.
Reading up in, the updates, right? COVID updates.
Right.
There are many different companies are coming out with the vaccines, and hopefully, if not the end of this year, then the beginning of this next year.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so we're all looking forward to that vaccine.
Right, Regeneron's not a vaccine, but Dr. Was mentioning the possibility that we may get a shipment this week of Regeneron. Is that what you're also
That's that's the communication we've been receiving from HHS that, because Guam is on the list for shipment, and we're possibly going to be getting it in 7 to 10 days. How much of it we're going to get, we don't know, but that's what we're hearing, that we will get a shipment of that Regeneron monoclonal antibody therapeutics, and it can be administered as an outpatient treatment, and that hopefully will prevent people from their symptoms getting worse and needing hospitalization. So that's another hopeful therapeutic treatment that we can get.
I just saw that they halted trials of the Regeneron antibody treatment in seriously ill COVID patients, right? So it doesn't look like that'll be an option for those who are really sick.
Okay. Well, it's supposedly to be administered, within the 72-hour time period of your symptoms. And so I haven't been able to pick up on the latest. So you read that it was halted?
I'll send it to you.
Okay. All righty.
Thank you, Lillian.
Thanks,
Jay,
Lillian.
Jay, what do we have here? Because all of our guests came through the show and we didn't offer. I'm so embarrassed.
Oh well, Auntie Lillian, we got virtual siupao. We got all three kinds. So you want chicken, beef, pork, or tofu?
All right. It's okay. I went to Happy Mart.
She went to Happy
I went and
Mart.
got some shrimp patties.
Wow. At Happy Mart, there's a blast from the past.
Take care. Have a good day.
Thank you, Lillian.
Bye,
Be
Lillian.
safe. Make sure you get out and vote. Did you vote already? All right.
Lost her. She's like, I'm not saying.
8:57. Let's go back into the Zoom room where I know his ears were burning during Mass, as Senator Will Castro, congressional candidate as well. You just came from attending All Souls Day Mass in Arahan. We were talking about you because of this hearing that happened on Friday, Bree.
No, it happened on Saturday
Saturday.
afternoon. It was a hearing for the public health fines and fees, and there was some dead area during the hearing, and you had said, oh, let me just start up a conversation here. Let's have a conversation, and you had mentioned the possibility or something that you had heard about a lockdown, a 48-hour lockdown, and what can you tell us about that? Where did you hear that from? Was this anything official?
No, it's nothing official. I had conversations with some folks from the medical community. There's a lot of tension about the proliferation of the virus. There's a possibility, I'm sure it's been tossed around about possibly one of those shelter-in-place, stay-at-home rules. I even heard talks of curfew. And so I just wanted to ask representatives of the administration if that was within the intent of those rules that were being put forward. And if you recall, in the early part of this year, many of us spoke out against that. We don't want the virus to spread. At the same time, it's ridiculous if you're going to require us to stay within the four walls of our home. There's adjacent properties. We can play football. I just heard the administrator of GMH encouraging us to go outside and stay safe and stay sane. And so if there's a lot of ambiguity, that leaves way too much opportunity for abuse of power. And so I support the fines if people are egregiously violating these provisions. But if it's not clear, there's too much room for a runaway, in my opinion, runaway enforcement.
Right. What I thought was kind of awkward was seeing the legislature testifying during this virtual public hearing as opposed to running this public hearing.
I typically defer to the committee chair, just a matter of protocol and respect. And I reached out to my colleague, Senator Talahi. I said, hey, Senator, I have some serious concerns. Can I go ahead and send that to you on a side chat and we can talk? And she goes, this is actually a public health hearing. And I was just taken aback. It's very interesting that the legislature would be a guest as opposed to be a partner. I just don't understand that. And I'm hoping that they can reach out to the speaker and the ruling majority or the minority leader, and we can have some real discussions on the back end. This is it's awkward. It was and it's awkwardly dangerous, I think, for democracy in general.
Well, yeah, I saw Senator Teresa Terlahi. She actually was in the Zoom room and in the public hearing, but like Senator, I think, Talatidegui, both kind of deferred from commenting. They just really wanted to hear what people had to say. And then I guess Wednesday is the next hearing, and I guess we'll see if any of the senators will testify at that time. Is that something you plan on doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to the answers to the questions I put forward, like how do you define stay-at-home rule? And someone said essential work or travel, going for food, and one other thing. And so what I didn't see there was room for stepping out of the house and into your property to exercise. You don't know how far they can take this, and that's our job as a third and equal branch of government to make sure there's no abuse of authority. Frankly, I like to talk with my colleagues offline and see what we can do to kind of reel some of that in, and I'm sure that's going to happen after the election. It's just something's awkwardly dangerous here. It's I've never seen it. I don't know how you set rules without us in place and suspending the AAA process, but I know the intent is good. The doctors and the surgeons cell really want us to contain the virus. I just think there's a better way to do it.
Was there a meeting last week with the surgeon cell in the legislature?
I can't confirm if it was last week, but typically the speaker has done a great job attempting to get us to meet with them and have a discussion about some of the data. It's very regular, and so I thank them for that opportunity. But in terms of these rules and promulgations, I had first look at it just a couple of days ago. And you're right. I just thought it was awkward to have dead space. And so I asked some questions, very basic questions.
Right. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Senator Castro, for coming in. I just really wanted to get clarification on this whole lockdown thing, but also just to hear some of your concerns with this public hearing. And
everyone come out and vote and be safe. Thank you, guys.
Right,
Thank
take
you for
care.
the opportunity.
Did you vote already, Senator?
You bet I did. I did.
It's kind of weird going into Election Day and having already voted. I feel impotent.
Well, I tell you, it's interesting. I mean, I another show, I like to talk about this whole cancellation of the primary.
Yeah.
But every satellite opportunity we had, they were showing up, walking up and down. So I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
Yeah. So after the election, we'll definitely get you on and
Election night.
you.
Election night. All right. Stay up.
I sure will. I look
Stay
forward
woke.
to it. Win or
Stay up,
lose,
yeah.
I look forward to it.
Stay woke, like Sabrina said.
Yeah, thank you.
That's
Thank you.
okay.
To you guys
All right.
on,
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go. Good luck. There you go, Senator Will Castro. It's 9:02. We've got an after party coming up next, and it's jamming in the KUAM News Zoom room. Guys, we just ask that you maintain your social distancing. There's Shoe Pow, a virtual Shoe Pow on the counter. If you guys want to get some of that, we have beef, pork, and I've never heard of tofu Shoe Pow, Jay.
And chicken.
Oh, beef, pork, chicken, and tofu.
Yeah.
Tofu really.
Yeah.
If they fry it first though, and it's got that little texture, like the crispy texture, it might be good.
No, that's
But if it's the soft one that you can pull through your teeth, I don't know.
But that's the appeal of it, because you get tofu in the middle of like 2 pounds of potu. See that? That's a little creative. Sean knows about that.
Yeah, it's 9:03. We'll be back with more of the Link right here on The Breeze as we get ready to do your pre-election after party. Good morning, Guam.
The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Tomorrow, on Election Day, you have the power to make a decision about what kind of representation you want in Washington, D.C. There are more than just names on the ballot. Some say that youth or experience is on the ballot, that party labels are on the ballot. For some, these might be the most important elements. But there's more. There's honesty and integrity and trust on the ballot. Each candidate should be measured against these words. Integrity and trust are not optional. They are required. There is experience and understanding of how Congress works on the ballot. Who among the candidates has had real successful experience in Washington, D.C.? Put aside the party labels and put up front the interests of the people of Guam. We only have one voice in Washington. It must be trustworthy. I will always lift you up. I will not let you down. I humbly ask for your vote to return to Congress again. Si Dus Maasi, maraming salamat po. This is Robert Underwood, and I approve this ad.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Kids medicine, miwar wisat snake isara, saurari semen COVID-19. Mi burin na geri barawats at si pasapuero referi e petri semen. Awara oru fit to awam seria cots. Por rave put nupen nofeden. Terupom nargugun ruya seken, terugeri sop mekarik. Ike seor sop mekarik, ekyoan sanitizer miwar Ore pesen arukornon. Terufiti ekwareri mepise karavas reson atapa. Kasapat tapawan mesom. Namotireim ike apurien maybe efficientwen. Epeti maraom me barawen awatsikiteng family wan marawan kids medicine. Epet ira tuburun marawat. Rentit sikire poraus katogeri kakeri urget ewe Ike tatawaro website tphss.guam.gov. Kirisotapur. Translation is made possible by a grant from the U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. yeah.
Down the aisle we walked on through. Dear Father said, do I love you? I quickly said yes, baby. Without you, baby, life would be so blue. Without you.
Oh, yeah, good morning.
Without you.
Eric with a C. Borja with a J. Sin Hogu. Without you. Good morning. Good morning, Guam. Let's get into the after party now. My favorite show in this show. It's the link, by the way. Thank you, Dal Rentone. They like this. Thank you. Carrier, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises. Thank you to our sponsors. This Monday, November 2nd episode of The Link. It's 9:13. Let's jump right into the KUAM News Zoom room where they just about wiped out the virtual shoe pile. And we have Victoria Lola Leon Guerrero from Independent Guahan and a bunch of different groups. Good morning, Victoria.
Hafa-day. Good morning, Chris and Bree.
We also have Julian Jansen from the Progressive Democrats PAC. Just, full disclosure, I did put out the invitation to the Action PAC and also the Guam Association of Realtors PAC just because, I wanted, hey, let's get on here. One last push. However, they weren't able, or they declined the invitation. So we got Julian from the Progressive Democrats. Good morning, Julian.
Morning. How are you?
Very good. We also have Joey Crisostomo, a former Republican Party of Guam chair. Good morning, Jerry.
Buenas. Hafa-day.
And we have Sean Gumatauta, who was the communications guy for the Camacho administration. He's got a bunch of different titles, Bree.
A whole bunch. He also is over at the University of Guam. He's Gets Guam. I'm trying to think what else.
Hey, that means that life after politics is real.
Yeah,
that's what that means.
It can happen. You don't always got to be in the game. And we have Phil Leon Guerrero, who did comms for the Calvo Tenorio administration, and currently is are you the chief or something that Senator Regine Bisco leads? He's basically the head guy there. Senator.
Something is good enough. Yeah, thanks.
I don't know if you just got promoted.
I actually want to say Todes Hamza because it's been a while since I've been in the presence of enough people to say that. So thanks for having me.
I don't know if Public Health's going to shut us down with this many people in the Zoom room. We also got Dr. Mike Bavacqua, who's with the Finogi Coalition and Independent Guahan, and again, just a bunch of different people. Good morning, Maguette.
Buenas. Todes Hamza.
And we have Peter J. Santos, one of my favorite guys on social media. We had him on in the after party, and, Bree was like, let's get that guy back on. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning, Chris. I just want to say, I'm glad to make it here because my oxygen levels have been hovering dangerously low at 91. And just thank you for your prayers and all your support. Thank you very much.
You got to put the camera really up close to your face. You got uncomfortably close. Yeah, closer. Okay.
I have a feeling I know where this is going to go.
Yeah. All right. So, and we're just going to go ahead and start there. We figured the hottest race, I think, it doesn't have as many bodies in it as the legislative race, but I think the congressional race, this is huge. It's big. It's been hot. All of the candidates, most of them have really stepped up and campaigned hard, have, put their message out there. Of course, the challengers, former Congressman Robert Underwood, Senator Will Castro, and this kind of a weird, because there was no primary, it's turned into a three-man race, right? And the incumbent Congressman Michael St. Nicholas hasn't really campaigned. He is the incumbent, though, and so we just want to kind of run down the line with you guys. Your thoughts on the congressional race. If you could, grow a pair, or you just maybe tell us who you think is going to take this. None of this, like, we don't endorse anybody. Just your thoughts here on who do you think is going to take it and why, and just maybe what you also think about the race in general, because this has been, I think, one of the most exciting, engaging, entertaining races, well, since the last gubernatorial election, right? Just a couple years ago. So we'll go ahead and start with you, Peter.
Well, one of the things I wanted to point out, Chris, is an observation that I've had is a lack of endorsements of the sitting congressman by any of the local politicians. We've got local politicians and past politicians and dignitaries supporting his other two challengers, but not him. And then no one is asking him to endorse them. So a lot of people are distancing themselves from him. So I'm wondering what's going on with that. As far as who's going to take it, whether Robert or Will take it, that's those two have been charging hard. I've been seeing Will out there, pounding the pavement. I've been seeing all the ads that Robert's been putting out. So it's a toss-up. I mean, maybe offline we'll make a bet. I'll give you your choice. Who you gonna take, and I'll take the opponent or the other one. But I know for sure, Miguel is his rosary starts for his career. The rosary for his career starts at November 4th.
Thank you, Peter. Phil Flores, of course, I didn't get to introduce you because you weren't showing up in the Zoom. But again, Phil Flores, we had you on a great after party, Republican Party guy, long time. And thanks for coming on again, Phil. And we'll just kick it over to you next. Your thoughts on this congressional race, Phil Flores. It's connecting the audio. Okay, we'll come back to Phil.
There he is.
Okay, Phil, you're there. Phil, your thoughts on this congressional race?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir. Phil with an F.
Oh, sorry. I had to pop
One L.
reboot my computer. That was so terrible. Wow. Will's on it, so I got to be very polite. So, but it's going to be exciting. It's kind of strange, MSM having to go into quarantine and then catching viral pneumonia, which is no fun at all. So it's kind of taken the wind literally out of his sails, I would think. And I would look it to be between my primo Robert and my good friend Will.
So between those two.
That's what I think. Just because, Mike's been gone, he hasn't been staying in touch much, and then when he had the opportunity to come on back, then unfortunately he gets sick,
right?
And, which is it's like the worst time. It's like it's like the worst time. The final days of campaigning, and a lot of it's virtual on your social media and such. So much of it is still eyeball to eyeball and
right,
physical to physical, I guess.
Yeah.
And that opportunity hasn't been taken away from him.
Let's go over to the other Phil here. God, I hate to call you the other Phil, but Phil Leon Guerrero. Phil, your thoughts on this race?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I found most disappointing about the unfortunate set of circumstances that the congressman finds himself in. He had a prime opportunity when he appeared on your show, breaking a blacklist that he's had for you for practically his whole term. And instead of talking about the issues that matter to the tens of thousands of people that are unemployed, instead of maybe taking stock over the fact that he's privileged enough to have healthcare in this time of COVID, what I heard was a lot of personal attacks. What I heard was a lot of personal concern. What I heard was a lot of minor issues playing into what could be the only interview that he has with KUAM, the only interview that he will have to a mass audience before an election. And I found that was the most unfortunate and the most disappointing thing about the congressman contracting viral pneumonia when he comes back to Guam for this final push. I guess I'll be bold and say that I'm voting for Robert Underwood just because I think he's the best of the three candidates that are out there. I hope that he wins, but with a low turnout, that's a real cause of concern for me for a whole bunch of races, especially for the delegates race, which is, I think, the only one that requires a 50% plus one majority. So I'm not sure if he's going to be able to take it in this first general election, but I certainly hope that he does.
Thanks, Phil. Let's move over to Victoria. Hi, Victoria. It's good to see you. It's been a while.
Good day. Nice to see you too.
What are your thoughts on?
Yeah, I mean, for me, a lot is too. It really boils down to how big someone's sort of online perceived following truly is in the polls. So, if we look online and we see kind of all the responses that, the only place that the congressman really speaks to the people is his Facebook page. We don't hear from him anywhere. And I agree completely with Phil that this was the first time he was on The Link. And for those of us that listen to The Link daily, that was like, whoa, wait a minute, right? And instead of exactly using that moment to speak to the people, that's not what happened. And he hung up on you guys. And, it was sort of like, not only has KUAM or other news outlets been trying to speak with the congressman for years, not even just months, but even all the political forums that are happening that are really important, they really create a space for these candidates to speak to the issues directly. Right. He's blown off. And so, to kind of come home and then be very upset with everybody because we want to hear from him, and maybe we're not giving him enough sympathy while he's feeling ill, or questioning the way in which he went about quarantining himself. It really was kind of sad. But if you look online, it's like everybody is still kind of supporting him in the same way that they always have. And so to me, that's going to be a true indicator how much time candidates spend on the internet versus how much they go through more traditional means of reaching the community, right? I think the polls will help all of us understand that a lot better. Yeah. Even though this is a unique time where everybody had to turn to the internet for the most part, whether they just keep it to their own pages or they actually branch out and take these invitations to community forums and answer the tough questions, will really be what I think is surprising about this election. What works for these guys, because this is a new climate for all of us.
It is.
In terms of who I think, I mean, it really is close, because we don't really have a way of gauging it right now, right? I think that this is the big moment we're waiting for. Who's going to take this seat? And it's such an important seat. And those who haven't voted yet, I really urge you to think very deeply about who is representing our island. Think about their actions, think about their words. It's absolutely normal in a campaign to question when somebody is under investigation. It's absolutely normal in a campaign to talk about their record. And yet these things have been portrayed as personal attacks, but they're not. They're actually like legitimate questions that the congressman has an answer to. And so if you can't answer tough questions, if you can't talk directly to the people outside of your filtered pages, then how well will you be able to represent us for the next 2 years?
Yeah, I think it's I think the biggest win for Congressman San Nicolas has been that he hasn't been made to answer to any of the, and it's crazy if it's one thing and you want to play victim, but it's just the ethics investigation, the FEC violations, the allegations of the affair, the allegations of forging the dad's signature, the allegations of receiving, over the limit donations, the, missing work half the time. I mean, all of these things, they just add up. And and again, coming on The Link and not being an adult enough to stay on the phone and answer questions. I mean, childish, very childish to hang up. But I want to go to what you said about the online. Of course, he's going to get the sympathy online because that's how our people are. If anybody posts a picture of themselves in the hospital, I mean, there might be those of us who see it maybe for milking or, whatever. But people are going to go on and they're going to say, hey, get better soon. So, again, the online presence with Congressman San Nicolas, you're right. I think this is going to be a big test because he's absolutely huge on Facebook, totally AWOL, absent, invisible in the real world. And I think 2020 real world's where it really counts. Let's go on to Sean Gumatautau. Of course, the man of many hats. Sean, your thoughts, congressional race.
Well, I'm shocked at the surprise healing in 72 hours and the way that it all played out. But believe it or not, right on the link. And everyone on this call will agree that if you miss anything on the link, you've missed a lot. So in terms of his political career, I think he showed a lot of what he's all about with his interaction with you guys last week. Now, in terms of the end of the day tomorrow, I've had the privilege to work with Jerry on a last congressional campaign. And I will tell you that for Will Castro, if his entire game, which started, it seemed like in January plus, and he probably got derailed with COVID, with Bob Underwood jumping in the race, it looks like it's going to be a tough road ahead. I mean, when I look back at the some of the stats back in 2000, I think was the last time Robert Underwood ran, he had close to 26,000 folks who backed him. Obviously, we do not expect 26,000 people to continue to be around and supporting Bob Underwood close to 20 years later, but we don't expect 24,000 to come to the polls tomorrow because of what's happened with COVID, and then obviously the traditional 69. It seems like that we're stuck in that 69% voter turnout since 2000. So at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, it looks likely that unless something happened with his ground game, it's likely that Robert Underwood just might have won his 6th term as a delegate to the U.S. House of Representatives.
Wow. Jerry Crisostomo, former Republican Party chair, let's go over to you. Curious your thoughts on the congressional race.
Yeah, I think, the noise level obviously has been, or the action has been with the 2 Democratic congressional candidates it's almost like one-sided. Robert Underwood has been campaigning since the primary, has been the only visible candidate out there. And then into the general, the incumbent was almost non-existent, except for the past, 2 days? And then, I have every confidence in Will Castro, our Republican candidate for the delegate. He has been out there. He has a ground game. And this election, like no other, I think the ground game is really question mark too, because we can't go canvassing, we can't hold rallies, we can't, visit the voters. It's all through social media or through advertising. I think Robert Underwood has done that. Will Castro has done that. So I think it's going to be between the 2 of them, with Will Castro coming out ahead Tuesday night or Wednesday morning.
Thank you, Jerry. Julian.
Yeah, hi. Well, I'm not really going to say anything about our narratively, really, because the thing that I believe, which is a bit different than anyone else, is that I think that the race is basically between Robert Underwood and Mike. I don't think that Will Castro really plays into it that much, except that he might take one or the other. And my best guess is that it'll be pretty close, and that Robert might end up winning outright in the election, or it may end up going to a runoff.
Wow.
And that's really all that I can think about it.
Come on, nothing juicy, Julian. I know you used to work for the congressman.
Well, I know he's kind of afraid of you and has kind of shied away from appearing on the link or appearing in any sort of way where you would be covering him. And I was kind of surprised the other day when he had an interview with you over the phone, even if he or over the internet, even if he ended up canceling it and running away. I was very surprised by that. I think that it speaks to a state of mind that is not a good thing, and I think he should seek help.
Oh. What did you think about his 72-hour healing? And what kind of help are you talking about?
I think he needs. I think he needs some counseling.
Someone had made a joke to me over the weekend, and not to, make light of anyone's mental health situation, but they had said that when he was discharged from GMH, he should have went in and checked in at behavioral health. Because, I mean, obviously there are, if you examine, and I'm not even kidding here, guys, if you examine a lot of this, like, paranoia that everyone's out to get him, the overinflated self-importance, there are really some issues there. I mean, classic issues psychologically that, I mean, anybody could Google. And anyway, let's go on to Dr. Mike Bevacqua.
The current president. there was a lot of similarity, even in the rhetoric around getting sick, and even just this obsession with the use of social media, the incoherent sort of fragments that were coming out. Everybody's out to get him. It was very bizarre. I mean, throughout his entire term, I've heard people compare him to Trump, but of course Trump's means is Twitter and his is Facebook. But it was a little troubling because for me, I was like, wow, does he speak this way usually, right? Just sort of like kind of going off about when is enough with these people, and it was kind of like very unfounded. There was no context, right? And so, yes, we understand that he was in the hospital. Nobody at all like said that they were not empathetic for him being sick, but to question, going into a government quarantine facility that is meant for people who have tested positive means if they get exposures to pneumonia from someone who doesn't have COVID, that's even more deadly for them. Like, that's not thinking that through, and that is concerning. These policies are in place for a very good reason, to keep people from dying, right? So, to question that is absolutely important. I want our governor to question when people violate, quarantine facilities, because they're meant to be quarantine facilities with strict rules. Yeah. So anyways, yes, I think that was very troubling.
Yeah. And, would we have seen the same level of scrutiny if it was Congressman Underwood that went into the government isolation facility?
I would have absolutely, if he did not test positive for COVID and went into a facility that was only for people who tested positive for COVID, I would hope that they would call him out too. Absolutely.
Even if he was clinically diagnosed.
Question whether he was sick or not.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that he would have done that. I'm just saying that would we have seen the same level of scrutiny?
But I'm kind of going around exactly what you're saying. And Julian, when you said he was afraid of Chris, I mean, we don't want, at least I don't want, a representative who's afraid of basically anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really nothing to be afraid of. I mean, I ask an obvious question and I just expect people to answer it, especially at that. I mean, you're a freaking congressman. Put on your big boy pants, answer it's so basic. I don't even know why I have to sit here and defend that we should be able to ask our duly elected congressman questions about his voting record. I mean, it's insane that I have to sit here and say, oh, well, we just want to ask him questions. But we want to move on to Dr. Bevacqua here.
So that's, so that leads me to, I guess, my contribution. And that, in a democracy, the health of a democracy often comes down to whether people can discern between fantasy, sort of candidate-created fantasy, and reality. Because there still are objective truths and measures, right? And so one thing that we see is that when you have a first-term congressman sort of put out there that he has accomplished more in a year than his predecessors have in 20 plus years, but then you have his supporters kind of putting that out there, and then but there's nothing in the record that indicates any sort of monumental achievement. There's nothing that in the record on any level that indicates that he has changed the game, that he's changed the paradigm, that he's gotten stuff for Guam that it couldn't have gotten otherwise. There's absolutely zero evidence except for his Facebook page. And so we kind of get a sense of his approach to politics there. He's acting like a congressman who's been in office for 20 years and you don't have the right to challenge him about anything. He acts like somebody who puts out there that he's already done more than anybody else. But in a democracy, if a democracy is healthy, then they can call people out on that. Then the populace can see the record and see the candidate, and they can discern No, this guy hasn't done that. This guy's full of it. But so that'll be a test for Guam, though, this week, is can your average person understand the difference? Because, democracies always have that glitch, right? Do you vote for people that you like, or do you vote for people that are good? And sometimes they match, sometimes they don't. Sometimes politicians can get elected for long periods of time who never accomplish anything, but have a good rapport with people, or people see something in them that they like. And so Tuesday will be a big test for that on Guam. The current delegate, and I track these things. I look carefully at these things. I went to his website almost every other day to track his progress for the past 2 years. And he is probably the most underperforming Congress person in the entire Congress in terms of appearances in the media, in terms of talking to his constituents, in terms of producing things for the community that he represents. And so if people on Guam can't recognize that, it's a much deeper concern than about sort of the type of democracy that we have.
Right.
Can I just add, as point of reference, his colleague to the north, Mr. Khalili Sablan, this past term has had 5 bills passed and 10 amendments. And the only amendment or the only bill that Michael San Nicolas had was something that was just to change funding language in a bill that had already been passed. It was a technical correction. Yet, like Mr. Bavaco or Dr. Bavaco was saying, he's, holding it up as if he had done something truly amazing, when in fact it was 0.9 or 0.1% of a bill that he had to do, because 99% of the work was done. Treasury gave him the language to insert into the bill, and that was it. He didn't do any work on that. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, people take credit for stuff they got nothing to do with all the time. It's called politics.
Right. And at the end of the day, we all wish Congressman San Nicolas, good health. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I just went off of what he said. He said he was sick. And so, our prayers to him, and hopefully he's recovering from this viral pneumonia / clinically diagnosed COVID. So, and in terms of his mental health, I don't think that's fair to say, if people are thinking that he has a mental problem when we're not here to diagnose that and we don't have the background to do so.
Right on. Yeah, I want to just say that you go into the hospital, that's one thing. I mean, I don't want to see anybody get sick, and but that doesn't mean there are all these other issues that he hasn't addressed yet.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Those are still out there. They still haven't been addressed for the entire length of this campaign. And that's the problem I have, is that I just really believe that every single other elected official on this island has no problem answering the questions.
Mm-hmm. And we have given him that opportunity.
I mean, every time.
You're right, though. We were surprised, too, that he agreed to come on the link. But I had reached out to him that morning, and he agreed to come on. And we were kind of surprised that he was speaking to us from a hospital bed. But I do appreciate the fact that he did come on, although he did hang up, because that was his opportunity to talk about everything else. So it is what it is.
Amen. Let's move on now to the... to the legislative race here. This is pretty interesting. I just feel like there's some definite clowns running, and that because of the low voter turnout, there are whole ass candidates who got nothing to offer us but the people who are behind them. And so I feel like with this low voter turnout and the COVID, the system is ripe for manipulation, and that's what really scares me. I mean, all I can say is that if anyone gets in who, we think shouldn't have got in, I mean, obviously there's going to be a lot of scrutiny for the next couple of years. But we'll just go ahead and start with you, Sean. Your thoughts on the legislative race and Democrat or Republican majority when it's all said and done.
A little bit different from our talk on the delegate race, but for me, I'm still, like I talked to you guys about this last week, I still believe there is a strong chance for an 8-7 majority. And whether or not it pivots to the Republicans or Democrats, I will say that I'm pretty excited that there's a strong chance that Republicans will take the majority for the first time, I want to say since 2003, if I'm not mistaken. And it's an interesting whole take because over the weekend, you're getting bombed by a lot of different things on social media and the like. I'm not saying my votes are going to pivot one way or the other, but I will let all your listeners and viewers know that the Republican Party is bringing at least three more bigger names to this race in the midterm that really brought more of a following. Tony Adda, Frank Blas Jr., you add Joanne Brown, you add Chris Duenas. 4 right now, after losing Will and after losing Senator Muña, you're adding some quality people. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, it looks like the majority could go back to Republicans. And I think for many people in this community, they've had enough of the leadership that has been driving an agenda that just does not meet the expectations of our community, especially pocketbook issues. And there's a strong chance that these folks can change that. And I'm actually excited for it. And again, if they're not listening to us right now on this call, pocketbook issues are going to drive the agenda for the next 2 years.
Victoria?
I mean, it really is, again, sort of an interesting time to see how effective these new means of kind of pushing for candidates will be. So you see the emergence of, on our end, the Finogi Coalition, sort of having regular forums and engaging with the candidates and growing a following in the way in which we're doing that. And then you have the Action PAC and two very different groups of people endorsing, Finogi Coalition didn't endorse candidates. The goal of the Finogi Coalition was to engage candidates on issues, it's particularly revolving around decolonization. That I appreciate what Sean said, that it really does come back down to, can people afford to feed their families, right? Or how are we going to survive in this really growing economic crisis in the middle of a pandemic? But we always want to elevate that conversation to ask, well, what are the limitations of our political status in that process? One of the things Action PAC is really pushing for is to increase support of the military buildup. But again, it's still continuing to happen not on our terms, and that has destructive impacts in the longer term. And so you see these two groups with very different interests sort of emerging in this particular campaign. And so I'm very curious to see how effective their techniques were versus the Finogi Coalition, and also to really kind of see what the community does want, right? It's been a really interesting time, I think, in terms of even trying to elevate the conversation to say, okay, what can Guam do differently, right? Like, why are we just defaulting to the only thing that's going to save us is, if not tourism, then the military? Where is sort of the more creative outlook? Where is the realistic outlook that our antiquated political status is not going to advance us, especially not during this time? And so, those are things that I'm curious about, whether, these forums were effective either way, right? Whether the Action PAC really, just putting out a list of candidates and saying, these are who we support, these are people that will put money in your pockets, but we have no actual evidence of that. We don't have, a lot of things I keep hearing in the campaign ads is, I have a plan, but no one's actually sharing their plans. So, as a voter, I keep that in mind. I want concrete evidence of things that people have done and things that they will do to change things, not to just give us more of the same.
Julian?
Oh, hi. Well, I'm not going to do a lot of prognostication. I kind of think that the overall lay of the land favors Democrats rather than Republicans. I don't think it's going to be an 8-7 Republican victory. And part of that is because I don't even think that all of these Republican candidates that are prominent have actually made a serious effort to run for office. I think that Frank Blas and Chris Duenas have been phoning it in, and I'm not sure if they're going to just happen to make it in because the field is kind of weak, or whether they're going to fail in their endeavor altogether. But if they do fail, it's their own fault because they really didn't put themselves out there. I'm a little concerned that the Republican Party and the leadership and the candidates have taken on board a lot of fringe and truly damaging ideas about how you handle a pandemic, about how to take away the tools in the toolbox from the administration in making sure that people are facing some repercussions if they happen to do things that are very clearly damaging to the community. You know, there are plenty of Republicans who have come right out and are introducing bills and in order to take away the tools that already exist. And I think that's damaging to their chances as well. You know, that they're so out of touch with reality that they're pandering to these crazies on the internet. And, you know, as for our own organization, Progressive Democrats of Guam, we approached anybody who we could get a hold of to try to get our issues or answers to questions that we raise on unemployment insurance and not laying off a bunch of GovOne workers needlessly. You know, providing PPE to folks out there who are having to work. And, you know, we didn't receive that many responses from Republicans, but we reached out to them and we were very open about, our process absolutely was based on policy and not on politics. And we actually rated 2 Republicans considerably higher than we rated some of the Democrats. So, you know, I wish they would have engaged more with that. We came up with our list of candidates that we believe are most progressive based on their responses. And, you know, by and large, I think that it will be a relatively good result. That's what I anticipate. I anticipate something of the order of 9-6 Democratic majority. But, you know, it's possible I'm wrong. There's nothing really to go on in terms of surveys, so it's a little difficult to gauge. It's sort of you make your best guess based on very inadequate information.
Thanks, Julian. So, Phil, out of touch Republicans?
Thank you. Thanks, Sabrina. First off, as you may know, I tend to lean Republican. And as far as, and I'm a proud American. I don't want to be independent. I want to stay American. But I do like Victoria even to say people have a plan. You know what? Martin never said I have a plan. Martin said I have a dream. And that's what I think we're looking for in some of our candidates. What is your dream? How are you going to go there? There are real efforts going forward to look at how to diversify the economy. I'm in several of those groups. And actually, we spent about an hour and a half with the governor on it last week. And I was glad going in to see that she had actually read and thought about our suggestions going into it. I think I don't know who would take the majority. I'm leaving again. Republican will take it on a thin majority. I don't think it'll be 9-6 Julian Democrats. And I say that because I don't hear a lot of support for most incumbents, and especially from the private sector. And nobody's talking about taking jobs away from the public sector. So let's stop saying that. But we are saying giving jobs to the private sector. Getting people back up, and the legislature hasn't done a thing about that. If you recall, the first thing they wanted to do was double the salaries of people out there working, including private sector people, and make it retroactive like a month or 2 months earlier, which had been totally burdensome. But as this all finishes, again, I think it's going to be Republican, the thin majority, because a lot of those incumbents are not getting. When I talk to people who've already voted, for how many incumbents did you vote? It's usually 1 or 2, or I think the highest I've heard is 5. So people are just not happy with the people in the legislature. And Sean, I think it was 2006 when we took the election, when the issue was GRT. I was chair at that time, and which is unrelated, we taken the majority. But there was just dissatisfaction with the legislature, that current legislature, which is why the Republicans were able to take it. And that's what I see here again. We have some really good candidates. We have some candidates that others don't know, including some of us. And I would say that on the Democratic side too. There's this one of the Democratic candidates, John Ananich, I think is his name. I heard his ad on the radio. I liked it. It's law enforcement, things like that. But his first sign that I saw, I am the leader you need. Well, no, I don't need anybody except my parents. And I thought that was just a little bit too much to say.
Yeah, that was an overreach a little bit. Small kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's probably, but I will say here I am. I'm a Monday morning quarterback by career. Those who have thrown their hats into the arena and taken out the sword and are fighting, my hat's off to all of them.
Yeah, that was a little much for me. Hey, you never heard of me, and you might have heard some shady things about me, but I'm the leader you need. Hey, nice to meet you. Jerry, let's go to Jerry. Your thoughts on this legislative race?
Well, I think I echo what Sean and Phil has said. Of course, we're biased, right? But I think at the end of the day, it's going to boil down to name recognition. When voters go in to vote, they look at the names and they look at, who's approached me, who has asked for my vote, do I recognize the name? Fortunately, the Republicans have 4 former senators that are running, Frank Blas and Tony Ada, Chris Durian, Joanne Brown. I think they'll add to the 3 incumbents that are running for re-election. And I think for the newcomers, people like Ken Leon Guerrero, J.I. Cruz, you got Vince Borja, you got Michelle Armenta. I think those candidates, those newcomers, I think offer so much more than the Democratic slate would. So I think we have a shot, 8-7, maybe 9-6, but I agree with Sean. I think it'll be a slim 8-7. The Democrats are the party in power today. So every election, the voters evaluate the party in power. 2 years ago, the Republicans got a licking, right? They kicked us out of Avenue. The Democrats increased their supermajority. I think this time around, because of many different issues, the economy, COVID, I think the 30,000 plus unemployed folks, hopefully they've come out to vote and show their dissatisfaction. I think although the turnout is expected to be around 60-some%, still very low, but I think the voters will judge the party in power. And at the end of the day, they're not satisfied. The Democratic majority in that legislature, their priorities are whacked. They've not done one iota to help the people during this pandemic. So the voters know that. The Republican Party has a message. Our slate of candidates have a message. And I think you'll see that Tuesday night or early Wednesday morning. At the end of the day, it is a pocketbook issue. It is about the economy. I think we're learning to live with this virus. But at the end of the day, people want their jobs back. They want to be safe, but they want to feed their families. And I think that's where the Republican Party will be the option and the alternative in controlling and getting the majority in the legislature.
Phil Leon Guerrero.
So I want to contribute maybe my perspective that can dispel, maybe even contradict some of my friends that are here on this call. When I hear talk about there's an upswell of grassroots people that are upset with the majority of the incumbents in the legislature, but then I see a political action committee that basically is comprised of most of our businesses, not able to put together a 100-person protest. I start to wonder how big this groundswell of opposition actually is. When I see that, I don't know what the last count is, but about 11,000 people have voted early. That's not even half the amount of people that are unemployed right now. That's not even half the amount of parents that have a public school student that's focused on that's dealing with distance learning right now. That's not even half the amount of people that work in the private sector. So I'm also just questioning, are we in this smaller circle of people that are more engaged, maybe have more at stake, maybe have more of a buy-in? Are we maybe assuming that there are more grassroots, I guess that there is more of a grassroots reflection of what we are actually feeling, what we are thinking. And I believe that it would be hard to predict exactly what's going to happen, precisely because we have such a small turnout so far, and because the way that Tuesday is going, the greatest barometer that we have locally for these midterm elections are the exit polls that UOG usually does. But I don't know how accurate these exit polls are going to be if we have over 11,000 people voting before the polls even open. I wouldn't be surprised if it's an 8-7 majority one way or the other. I wouldn't be surprised if the 15th place finisher of the legislature determines who gets the majority. And I wouldn't be surprised if the person who finishes 16th is finishing within a margin that might trigger some sort of recount. Wow. What I do also want to address is this, I hear it a lot, it's this false dichotomy between what the Democrats and the majority of this legislature are doing, are pursuing, are supporting, and what the Republicans are doing, supporting, or opposing. If we think about some of the most controversial policies this term, minimum wage was passed by both Democrats and Republicans. This budget, which includes the continuation of this very bad for a lot of PACs out there, 5% BPT, was passed by both Republicans and Democrats. When Republicans have had the opportunity to lower the BPT, they didn't pursue it further in the legislature. And one thing that I'm not hearing from any of the PACs that are pushing this BPT issue, nor am I hearing from any of the candidates that are pushing this BPT issue to lower it back down to 4%, is what are they going to cut in the government of Guam? That's about a $60 million cut in Gov Guam that you're going to make by lowering the business privilege tax back down to 4%. And I would find it hard to accomplish that cut without touching personnel at all. That's where the talking point comes from, Phil Flores, that cut to the BBT is a cut to the Gov Guam workforce, because it would be very difficult to accomplish that cut without touching the Gov Guam employment.
Phil, I'll argue with, I know I'm jumping out of turn here, but I'll argue that with you every day of the week. There's so much waste other than overstaffed. And then you don't fire people. There's attrition for the unnecessary positions that we've been told exist right now, that you don't have to fire somebody just when they retire or when they go elsewhere. You just don't necessarily replace them. I was 4 years chairman at the hospital. We were able to reduce our FTEs by over 200 people just by doing that in an effort to save money. But we did not fire anybody, and you don't have to fire somebody to reduce the cost in this government, Phil.
Well, what I will say is whether you're doing it through attrition, whether you're doing it through layoffs, whether you're doing it through furloughs or retirements, $60 million is going to have to be accomplished by lowering the Gov Guam workforse.
Well,
what I will also say,
there's no TRT being paid now, period. What
I will also say about the benefit for businesses too, because I think that, you know, there's an assumption here from a lot of consumers out there that if the business privilege tax is lowered to 4%, then I can afford to grocery shop again. I can afford to go out to eat again. And the cold hard facts is this: in order for a business to save $10,000 in a BPT reduction, they would have to make gross receipts of $1 million a year. $10,000 in savings from this lowered BPT isn't even enough to rehire one minimum wage worker. And it certainly isn't going to be enough to lower anybody's prices with all of the back rent that they have to pay, with all of the other supplies that they have to purchase during this pandemic. I'm not saying that businesses can't use relief, but I do want to be very accurate when we say what's going to happen to the government of Guam when we lower the business privilege tax, and what benefits are there going to be to the actual end consumers when we lower the business privilege tax.
Okay. All right.
Because I can near guarantee you that it's not going to be a lowering of prices. It's too costly to do business on Guam to lower prices, even with a BPT reduction.
All right.
Thank you. Just one quick thing, Phil.
Sure.
It's not $10,000 that somebody wouldn't be paying the government. Right now, we're paying $50,000 on that million. And also,
what I'm saying is, yes, exactly, Phil. So you're paying $50,000.
If you don't think $10,000 is very much money to a business, it's obvious you haven't run one. But thanks.
Well, I'm saying $10,000 won't allow you to rehire even one minimum wage worker. And when I say $10,000, what I'm saying is you're paying $50,000 on your million. When you lower it to 4%, you're going to pay $40,000, which means that you save $10,000. Now, where is that $10,000 going to go? Probably to back rent, probably to pay for PPE, but you won't be able to hire one full-time employee, and you won't be able to reduce prices to consumers. So again, I just want to be honest here. When we lower things for the businesses, it's going to help the businesses. Yes, it is expensive to do business on Guam, and they could use relief. Yes, but that's not going to trickle down to consumer prices, and it is going to have a direct effect to the size of the GovGuam workforce.
Thank you,
That's
Phil.
all I was trying to say.
Let's go over to Peter. Peter, we have Peter and Dr. Mike left on this question. Good talk, though, guys. Peter, go ahead.
I'll be quick. I voted for Phil Leon Guerrero's Nino, Ken Leon Guerrero. So that, I just want to see him get in, because I've never seen a candidate run and also run against other candidates. So that's a novelty for this race. I just want to see him sit down, and I want to see what happens. It's a exercise in curiosity. And then I just wanted to address real quick John Adanich. He also, like other panel members have stated, talks a big game. If you look at Frank Leon Guerrero, J.I. Cruz, Fred Berdalio, who are also running on public safety, their resumes are head and shoulders above Mr. Adanich. But I voted for him too, because I want to see him deliver on the promises that he's been making. That's all I got.
Well, you're a risky voter. You're like, let's see what happens with this guy. Dr. Mike.
And so in terms of the legislature, I don't know, I think that Democrats will retain the majority, just because on the Republican side, there's a lot of new faces, but some of them really haven't sort of established themselves in the community yet. And what I've noticed is that some of them aren't even clear on what exactly the role of a senator is. So I've seen some candidates sort of make statements where they believe, for example, that the legislature runs public health. And so that if they were elected, they would do this in public health, not understanding that the legislature doesn't run public health. I've seen some candidates not know the amount of senators that are elected every 2 years to the legislature. I've seen a lot of them not understand how bills are made, sort of, and how the process is. And so I think that that's part of the issue with the Republicans this time, is that they have a lot of energy. You know, they've got a lot of people that are passionate about trying to impact the island, trying to sort of make it better based on what they believe. But you also have to remember that when you get elected into that office, you have to be better than your average person. You have to sort of have a greater understanding about all these issues. And so you can't just promise the moon and the stars, because so that's one of the issues, is if we elect a bunch of people who run on these huge promises that they have no plans or no ability to deliver, you're just perpetuating the problem. You're not making it any better by electing an outside candidate, because, in a democracy, you run based on how well you can understand the pandering, the promises they make with their record and their actual ability, and where they fit in the structure, right? So if somebody tells you they can do all of this stuff, you may want them to do it, but if you're a strong democratically engaged citizen, then you may look at them and say, there's no way they could do all that stuff. Part of me likes that they say that, but on the other hand, I have to also wonder, are they talking down to me by promising me everything in the universe, even when they can't deliver it. And so that's why I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but I feel that on the Republican side, a lot of energy and excitement, but they haven't really done the work to ground the candidates and really connect them into the process of governance yet. That's my feeling on it.
Thank you. I'm the leader you need, though. Humbly saying. Guys, it's been great. Again, if you want to jump on our election coverage, shoot me a WhatsApp and we'll fold you in and give you a good time. We're going all night, right, Bree?
Yes, we are.
Phil, Pete, Mike, Julian, Sean, Victoria, and Jerry, it's been great. Thanks for joining us for the after party, and good luck. May the best people win. Truly mean that. Okay?
All right.
Está. Adios, guys.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. That's always fun. Good times there. Diverse panel there of 8. You had some Republicans, you had some Democrats, you had some, I don't know what the hell they are, but it's good talk.
Definitely. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Man, I'm pumped. Ooh. This is gonna be fun, and we're gonna be bringing it to you until the last vote is counted. I know that's how elections go. We're gonna cover it till the last vote's counted, but it's a good cliche.
We're probably still going to be here. We probably won't even leave. I'll still be here on the link tomorrow. Hopefully, they're not going to still be tabulating results. Please, I hope not. But you never know.
All right. It's 10:08. We're KUAM-FM. I got you, Guam. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job, Chris.
Good job, Joe, sir. Jason, Master Control. Ken Engineer, again, our team, the KUAM News team. We got your back with a 6 o'clock primetime newscast. Our guys at Master Control, but most especially to everybody on our in our audience, whether you're doing it on the radio or doing it on the Facebook Live or on the KUAM News app. Thank you guys so much. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está. Adios.
Curbside to crib.